2040, reduce the pressure on recycling and waste management systems so that they can cope. There are huge potential savings for the private and the public sectors, including through reduced social, environmental, and human health costs. And obviously reduce greenhouse gas emission and a possible 700,000 jobs, mainly in the developed world. And of course, we must also not forget legacy pollution. Huge amounts of plastic have accumulated in the environment, including in the ocean environment. And some plastic will continue to fail the circularity test, that plastic that remains in the environment over the next 20 years. So a coordinated effort to stop pollution at its source while investing in waste management and cleanup can help address this toxic trail. And for those Pacific islands and other small island states which will see plastic coming to their shores for decades after we have closed the tap, we need to think about what justice looks for them, as they often depend on tourism for their income. Member states can lead by example, and many already are. Champion the key solutions. Be bold. Full stakeholder engagement isn't an option or an add-on. It is absolutely fundamental. The informal sector, indigenous people, local communities, civil society, academia and youth, nobody should be left out as we are seeking these solutions. The private sector has to be part of the solution. To this key group, the private sector, I say, do not wait for this agreement. If transforming the plastics industry is a good idea under this agreement, and it is, then it is a good idea to do it now. It is a no-regrets strategy. It is a future strategy. It is a sustainable strategy. It is a justice strategy. And yes, it is a profitable strategy. Engage in the full INC process and start innovating right now to move away from plastic pollution. Friends, this deal provides our only chance for a future unblighted by plastic pollution. This future is dependent on a strong deal, which in turn is dependent on what you will do this week. At this gathering, you can set the mandate to prepare a zero draft of the agreement for negotiations at INC 3. You have a 2024 deadline that you, member states, have set to deliver this deal, a meaningful deal, a just deal. Each year of delay will mean that tap remaining open and more plastic pollution in our environment. So I ask you now to show leadership and inclusive multilateralism here in Paris, as the international community did on climate change 8 years ago in this very city, although the weather was very different at that time. Show ambition, show determination, and the deal can get done. We've already wasted much time and spewed so much plastic into the environment. We should not waste this opportunity. We can do better for ourselves and for every living creature on this planet. Thank you.
I thank the Executive Director of UNEP for his statement. Next, allow me to invite Ms. Jyoti Mathur-Philippe, our Executive Secretary, to provide her opening remarks. Ms. Mathur-Philippe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Under-Secretary General Ms. Anderson, Your Excellency Ambassador Frank, and dear Chair Ambassador Mesa Quadra, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to you all on behalf of the Secretariat. We are extremely grateful to the Government of France for hosting our second session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee here in Paris, and you have wonderful weather, spring weather here to enjoy if you can leave these rooms in the next week. Let me also express our appreciation to the many donors that have ensured that we can be here today and in such numbers. My sincere thanks go to the governments of Canada, Denmark, European Commission, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, Japan, Monaco, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Ambassador Meza Quadra, our chair, for his leadership and guidance, and his team for the support they have provided to our preparations of this session. Allow me to also express my gratitude to the nominees from the regions for their advice and guidance throughout this intersessional period. Our Secretariat has grown both in numbers and in experience since Punta del Este, and we have been very busy during this intersessional period. In close coordination with the chair, we have made great efforts to ensure that all the official documents were prepared 6 weeks in advance in English and followed very closely with all the language versions. Let me express my sincere thanks to my INC Secretariat team, who have worked tirelessly to ensure that we can make the most of our session over these 5 days. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank colleagues from the Secretariats of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, the Montreal Protocol, as well as my former colleagues from the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity for your support and input all along the way. Further, my gratitude also goes to the great legal and governance support we have been given by the Law Division and Governance Affairs Office of the United Nations Environment Programme. Having heard your views in Punta del Este and having seen the many excellent and innovative ideas proposed in the international submissions, I am confident that members will work diligently to narrow down the options and identify gaps so that we may leave Paris with a clearer idea of what the instrument will look like, and perhaps a mandate for a zero draft. If one was to ask everyone here today, if I was to ask everyone here today, what is it that we need? We need to let substance dictate what we achieve here in Paris. The urgency, as we have heard, of addressing plastic pollution continues to grow. The world's eyes are on us once again to make progress and deliver without delay. We only have 3 more sessions ahead of us, so my appeal is very clear: make Paris count. I am delighted at the overwhelming interest in the plastic negotiation. The world has come together to fight plastic pollution, and we need all hands on deck in this effort. In this spirit, I would like to welcome all stakeholders to this session. Your contribution on the ground is as important as your voice in these negotiation halls. While we are unfortunately limited in this particular venue, I am delighted at the enormous interest of stakeholders to participate. I promise that I will do everything within my power for the venues of our next sessions to have a larger capacity. In our effort to manage the space restrictions, may I kindly ask that any participants who are leaving the meeting and not returning to please put your secondary access cards into the designated bins behind security. This way, we can redistribute them to others. And with that, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mature-Philippe. I would like to close this opening segment by thanking our host, His Excellency Mr. Macron, for welcoming us this morning with an inspiring video message. Once again, we would like to extend our warm appreciation to the government of France, Ambassador Frank, for their generosity in hosting the second session of this Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. Thank you very much. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank UNESCO for hosting us at their headquarters here in Paris during our sessions. So now, please allow 5 minutes for the Secretariat to rearrange the podium. Distinguished delegates, we have all come to Paris with a common desire to build on the success of our first session in Punta del Este in November last year. I am confident that the work we'll complete here in Paris will help us to move forward to identify and to develop the main elements of the future legally binding instrument. Please bear in mind that we only have 15 days of sessions ahead after Paris to deliver our mandate. So we need to be very disciplined and use these 5 days wisely. For the same reason, and to allow us to move swiftly into the substance of our negotiations, we will not be hearing general statements from the floor in this opening segment. So before we proceed to the next agenda item, I would like to invite the Executive Secretary to provide some logistical remarks. You have the floor, Madam Philippe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, I would like to remind delegates that this venue can accommodate a maximum of 1,500 participants who are allowed in the precinct at any given time. Given the large number of registrations for this session, the Secretariat has made all efforts to facilitate the in-person participation of registered delegates. To this end, secondary access cards, also known as floating badges, have been distributed. As you will have seen, these cards, in addition to the individual meeting badges, are required to enter the venue. The display of both the individual meeting badge and secondary access card is mandatory at all times to access the meeting venue and meeting rooms. For those who have not yet done so, secondary access cards can be collected at the registration counter. One delegate from each member state or observer will need to collect and sign for the secondary access cards. With the plain blue badge marked with the words INC2, you have access to the venue, the gallery, and the overflow room. The green-blue badge marked with the words INC2 plenary will allow you to access the venue as well as the plenary floor. Member state delegations may receive a maximum of 4 green-blue badges with access to the venue and plenary floor, and a maximum of 6 plain blue badges with access to the venue. Observers from UN entities and intergovernmental organizations may receive a maximum of 2 green-blue badges per organization with access to the venue and plenary floor. Observers from non-governmental organizations should have received a maximum of 2 plain blue badges with access to the venue yesterday and today. From tomorrow onwards, observers from non-governmental organizations may receive a maximum of 1 blue badge, may use a maximum of 1 plain blue badge per organization with access to the venue. There is limited seating with shared microphones available on the plenary floor for observers wishing to make statements. Given this limited capacity, observers are kindly requested to coordinate amongst themselves so that those who would like to speak are given priority to access the plenary floor to deliver their statement. In order to access the plenary floor, please come to the registration desk. Here it's written 1 to 3, but I would say at the end of the plenary and beginning of the next plenary, so in between the 2 sessions of the plenary today. And we will exchange your plain blue secondary badges with a green-blue badge marked INC2 plenary. Again, this badge is only available for observers wishing to make an oral intervention for a maximum of 1 per organization and would be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. Please be reminded that observer interventions will be at the discretion of the chair and time permitting. All other observers not planning to take the floor are kindly requested to proceed to the gallery or to the overflow rooms in Salle 4 and Salle 12. Please note that the plenary meetings are broadcast in the 6 UN languages in Salle 4 and in English only in Salle 12. Next, I would like to provide a short remark on the use of the microphones on the plenary floor. To request the floor, press the microphone button once and the light will turn green. When the chair gives you the floor, the technician will activate your microphone and the lights will turn red. Then you can start speaking. The time limit for statements will be 5 minutes for each statement made on behalf of a group of members, 3 minutes for representatives delivering statements in their national capacity. Observers may take the floor after the interventions from members, time permitting. Statements from observers will be limited to 2 minutes. A clock has been provided for you on the screen to help you manage your time. But please do not speed up your reading, otherwise the interpreters will find it hard to interpret. Speaking at a slower pace and pausing between sentences will make it easier for interpreters and all delegates to follow you. Delegates are advised that the chair will ensure that the time limits are respected. For statements in plenary, delegates are kindly requested to submit their statements via email to unap-icplastic.statements@un.org in Word or PDF format. Please include the agenda item and your country or organization in the file name and on the first page of the document. It greatly facilitates the work of the interpreters if you can submit your statements well in advance of delivery. However, they will only be posted on the INC website after delivery. All plenary sessions are being live-streamed publicly on YouTube in the 6 UN official languages. For all contact group meetings that may be established, access to the webcast is limited to accredited delegates, except for those from media organizations. To access the webcast, please navigate to the INC website to log into the interactive platform using your dedicated login credentials. There you will also find a usage guide for the interactive platform. The webcast allows registered delegates who might not be on the premises to still be able to listen in on your discussions of the contact group. However, our session is not a hybrid meeting, and therefore online interventions are not possible. As the contact group is open only to delegates registered for the session, we ask you not to rebroadcast these meetings. Meeting documents are available on the INC2 dedicated webpage. Furthermore, the report of the first session, 1/14, has been revised for technical reasons, and an advanced English version is available on the INC1 webpage. A live daily calendar is accessible on the INC website. Delegates are also invited to consult the electronic screens inside the venue, for the latest updates to the schedule. Regions have the opportunity to hold their daily regional meetings between 8 and 10 a.m. Room numbers are provided on the screens in the venue. Please inform the Secretariat with at least 2 hours notice via email should you require room at any additional time. In our effort to manage the space restrictions, may I kindly remind participants that anyone who is leaving the meeting and not coming back to please put your access cards into the designated bins beside security. This way, they can be redistributed to others. Tonight, we also are fortunate, and thank you again to the government of France, who are hosting a reception at 7 p.m. here at the UNESCO headquarters. Finally, a few words about our venue. The main gate will open as of 7:15 a.m. each morning to avoid congestion and to allow delegates sufficient time to pass through security. Access to the venue in the evenings will stop at 8:30 p.m. daily unless otherwise announced on the screens. So you can still be in the venue, but you cannot leave and come back after 8:30. Restaurant facilities are located in Hall Séjour and Hall Papedou on the ground floor. They will be open as of 8 a.m. Lunch breaks are every day from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. between sessions. Thematic side events will be held from Monday to Thursday from 1:30 to 2:45 p.m. Food and drinks are not allowed in any meeting room. And finally, and very importantly, the Secretariat and the host country of France have made great efforts to eliminate avoidable plastic at this meeting. We would also like to thank UNESCO for helping us do this, and we call on you as delegates to also do your part. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mathieu-Philippe. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 1. So, distinguished delegates, we should now move on to consider sub-item 3B on the adoption of the agenda for this session. The provisional agenda for this session is contained in document UNEP/PP/INC2/1. Delegates will recall that at its last session, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee agreed to forward the provisional agenda to this session. The annotations to the provisional agenda are contained in document UNEP/PP/INC2/@.1. So before we adopt the agenda, I would like to remind members that I intend to take up agenda item 5 on other matters during the plenary meeting on Friday, 2 June in the afternoon. Should any member wishes to raise any other matters under that item, I invite you to alert me during the course of the week. Distinguished delegates, may I propose that the committee adopts the provisional agenda as contained in document UNEP/PP/INC2/1. I see no objections. It is so decided. The committee has thus concluded its consideration of agenda item 3B. The committee, so may I take that we will continue with our following point of our agenda. Is the item 2. The committee will now consider this point, agenda item 2, election of officers for the election of the vice chairs and the designation of a rapporteur. I would like to recall that in its first session, the committee agreed to defer the election of the vice chairs and the designation of a rapporteur until its second session to allow for further consultations on the matter. We shall therefore proceed to the election for the vice chairs first. Regarding the candidates, I have been informed of the following. For the 2 seats for the African states, the 2 nominated candidates are Ms. Juliette Kabila of Rwanda and Ms. Sheikh Niadje Sila of Senegal. For the 2 seats for the Asia-Pacific states, the 2 nominated candidates are Mr. Hiroshi Ono of Japan and Mr. Mohamed Al-Kashatne of Jordan. For the 2 seats for the Eastern European states, the 3 candidates nominated by the government are Ms. Irma Gurguliani of Georgia, Mr. Kaupo Hainma of Estonia, and Mr. Vladimir Lenev of the Russian Federation. The Secretariat has received a note verbal from the Embassy of Ukraine in Nairobi dated 25 May 2023, informing that the government of Ukraine has withdrawn the nomination of Mr. Roman Filonenko in favor of Ms. Irma Gurguliani of Georgia. For the 1 remaining seat of the Latin American and the Caribbean states, the 1 nominated candidate is Mr. Luis Vallas Valdivieso of Ecuador. For the 2 seats for the Western European and other states, the 2 nominated candidates are Ms. Johanna Liesinger-Paetz of Sweden and Ms. Larke Williams of the United States of America. For the 1 seat of the small island developing states, the 1 candidate nominated is Ms. Asha Challenger of Antigua and Barbuda. Regarding the Eastern European states, in light of the fact that there are more candidates than the number of seats to be filled, namely 3 candidates for 2 seats, the committee will need to hold an election by secret ballot. Regarding the Western European and other states, the Secretariat has received a communication from a member objecting to these 2 candidates from this group. Therefore, the committee will hold a secret ballot for the election of the vice chairs from the Western European and other states. Any requests for the floor? No.
Yes, Romania.
I have Romania first, then followed by Belgium and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Romania, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the chair of the Eastern European Group in Nairobi. Mr. President, Romania, chair of the EEG, has steadily worked in Nairobi for finding the way forward on the EEG nomination to the Bureau of INC2. Given the chair's duty to keep the EEG operational and able to fulfill...
Excuse me, there is a point of order from the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stopped the presentation by the representative of Romania since he wanted to read a statement on behalf of the chair of the Eastern European Group located in Nairobi. Can you hear the interpreting? English channel? English channel testing.
You can start now.
Thank you, Mr. President. We asked you to interrupt the statement by the representative of Romania because he was planning to read a statement on behalf of the chairman of the Eastern European states, the UNEP Permanent Representatives in Nairobi Committee. The international negotiations process is a separate process. After the first session in Uruguay, it is no longer dependent on UNEP and on the Committee of Permanent Representatives. All decisions are made by it independently. Therefore, the statements by any other bodies or agencies are unacceptable in this context. The meeting of the Eastern European Group, in the context of this meeting, the second INC session, was not conducted. So therefore, the representative of Romania does not have the right to make any statements on behalf of the Eastern European states at this session, and especially no right to read a statement of the representative and the permanent representative of Romania at UNEP and Habitat in Nairobi, because these are separate organizations. Mr. President, I ask you to stop this presentation, and if any statement is made on behalf of the Eastern European states, it must be coordinated with the representatives of these states who are attending this session. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Russia. He tomado nota.
I've taken note of the statement of the Russian Federation. Therefore, the statement of the representative of Romania may continue, but as a sovereign state on its own, Romania.
We agree. So, then we will have the statement as a sovereign country. I think it's quite, I will continue where I left the intervention. The rest of the beginning was clear. So, given the chair's duty to keep the EEG operational and able to fulfill its task, since there are no formal rules of procedure for the EEG and no consensus was possible, the EEG chair had to resort to the principal UN rules of adopting decision respective by vote. Based on that, a roll call vote was conducted during the last EEG meeting in Nairobi in order to arrive to a conclusion regarding the preference within the EEG on the nomination to the Bureau of the INC2. The outcome of the roll call vote indicated that Estonia and Georgia have been selected as preferred candidate for the Bureau of the INC2 with the overwhelming majority of the 21 EEG member states present out of 23. I also wish to underline that everything has been done with highest degree of transparency. Mr. President, I hope that this august body will take into consideration the overwhelming decision made by the EEG member states in line with the principle of multilateralism and cooperation. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Romania. I give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. I have the privilege to make a statement on behalf of the group of Western European and other states. We congratulate members of the committee for their joint achievements at INC1 to tackle plastic pollution. We look forward to engage further constructively at INC2 and beyond. We note with regret that one member state at the meeting departed from the long-standing tradition and established practice of accepting unanimous nominations put forward by the regional groups. Responsibility for this development rests solely with the delegation that had decided to deliberately break with decades of precedent in environmental multilateralism for its own political purposes. Requesting a plenary vote on a candidate that has been unanimously nominated by regional groups undermined the Nairobi spirit of multilateralism that parties have forged through decades of dedication to compromise. We would strongly recommend all parties to agree on nominees endorsed by their regional groups and move forward to the discussions on substantive elements as we look forward to fruitful discussions at INC2. Moving forward, we stress the importance and long-standing role of regional groups in UNEA processes. This role has served the system well in the past. Voting in plenary should only occur as a last resort measure. Finally, we reaffirm our support for constructive collaboration in international environmental diplomacy as the best way to find solutions to our joint environmental challenges. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Belgium. I now give the floor to representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished Chair, Madam Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, Madam Executive Secretary, Technical Secretary, I would like to thank you for your wonderful statement, Mr. President, at the beginning of our discussions. The Democratic Republic of Congo is concerned with transparency, clarity, and truthfulness. These are issues that we follow. We need to build trust, and we hope that the process will lead to the nomination of an African delegate. But this is a process that has a lot of irregularities. As a member of the Bureau, the Vice President of the African Conference on the Environment, we were not aligned with this nomination, even though, unfortunately, the Minister for the Environment did provide his signature in the note verbal, which you noticed. To this end, the Democratic Republic of Congo would like to know that it is not blocking the process of setting up the Bureau, but it is concerned with the transparency of the process within the regional organizations. So we would like to leave open the possibility for involving other responsibilities. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I give now the floor to representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make it easier, I'll speak in English. Unfortunately, you have allowed it to continue, representative of Romania, to speak in his capacity of representative of a country. But he continued reading whatever was presented by the permanent representative of Romania to UNEP, which is wrong. Taking into account that we were listening, as you announced in the beginning, statements of the regional group, we were expecting to listen to the statements of the regional group, but not of a representative of one country in that case. Again, I am underlining that there were no meetings of the regional group during this meeting to try to find the consensus for the nominations from our group. That would be the right way to move and the proper in accordance with all norms of the United Nations system. Unfortunately, it was not done, and the attempt to produce meeting in Nairobi 2 months back as a legitimate was unbased. We know that regional groups do not have rules of procedure. Their activities are based on the principle of consensus. In this context, we emphasize that even a decision to hold a vote must be approved by all states of the group. For example, this practice is used by Asia-Pacific Group, whose members unanimously approved the voting procedure within the group as a way to make decisions. But it was not the case within the CE Group meetings. During the East European Group meeting on April 26 in Nairobi, all the mentioned practices and procedures were violated. Moreover, we would like to emphasize that the INC, after its first session in Uruguay, acts as an independent structure, and the members of CPR of UNEP in Nairobi are not authorized to make any decisions regarding candidates for elected positions within the framework of Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. Russian Federation strongly opposes gross violation of the norms and practices that have developed and firmly established within the framework of the United Nations. In this context, the Russian delegations ask all the delegates to ignore the speech just made by the representative of Romania. During voting on candidates from the East European group, we would like to ask to take into account the vast experience and level of expertise of the candidates, and they make choice on the merits, not on the political grounds. It is necessary to have decision on the elections based on the actual value that candidate may bring to this important fundamental international process. And I also would like to react whatever was just said by the representative of Belgium. We would like to say that one country which opposed election of United States and Sweden from the West European group of states was the Russian Federation. Yes, we objected these candidates and requested to conduct a vote. Rule 45 of the draft rules of procedure of the INC states, all elections shall be held by secret ballot unless it is objected by any member of the committee. Unfortunately, the work of INC faces politicization by certain countries. We have no other choice but to react accordingly, what we are doing now. We heard accusation from representative of Belgium that my country blocked elections of Bureau members from BIOC. And we would like to remind that all our actions are based on the principle of reciprocity. BIOC countries were the first to announce that further on they'll block all Russian representatives from all elected positions in governing bodies of UN processes, conventions and agreements. It is nothing but this discrimination on a political pretext. We would like to remind that previously a state from BIOC for many years was blocking a state nominated by consensus decision of the Asian group, and it was never challenged. The reaction we see now is totally different. This once again shows the level of hypocrisy. The Russian Federation once again calls upon all member states to return back to consensus way of doing business and adopting decisions. We are open to cooperation with all states with respect to interests of everyone. And we are convinced that there are no issues that could not be solved if all sides start listening to each other. We totally support the current process and look forward to constructive discussion of substantial issues during meeting this week in Paris. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give now the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished participants, good morning. First of all, let me express on behalf of the government of Ukraine our sincere appreciation to the UNEP and the INC secretariats for organizing this very important event, as well as for the government and France for hosting us in beautiful Paris. Merci. Distinguished participant, Ukraine is keen of having effective export negotiations which will result in an important globally beneficial result, an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. To this end, being keen of pursuing technical nature of ANC and the spirit of compromise, for the government of Ukraine has reached an agreement with the government of Georgia regarding the exchange of supports, according to which Ukraine has agreed to withdraw its candidacy to ANC in favor of the respective nominee of the esteemed Georgian side. As you know, this agreement was confirmed by the esteemed representatives of Ukraine and Georgia during the meeting of EEG member states, which took place on April 26 and was attended by 21 out of 23 members of the EEG. Moreover, this agreement between Ukraine and Georgia was welcomed by members of EEG and was supported by the indicative vote, as mentioned in the intervention of the esteemed Romanian side in the capacity of the chair of the EEG. Taking this into account, Ukraine calls upon to all the respective delegations present in this room to support the preference of group of Eastern European states, which was clearly expressed during mentioned regional group meeting, and support candidates of Georgia and Estonia to the ANC Bureau. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Ukraine. I give the floor to the representative of Senegal.
Bonjour, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates and everyone, good morning, everyone. The delegation of Senegal would like to first and foremost thank the President for your excellent organization of our work. I would also like to thank the Executive Secretary of UNEP and the Executive Secretary, as well as the entire Secretariat, for organizing our work. The delegation of Senegal would also like to thank the government of France for warmly welcoming us to the beautiful city of Paris. Thank you. As a member of the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, Senegal would not like to raise any major issues. We just have a minor comment on the process in Africa. Following various meetings of the African group, decisions were taken with respect to the entire process, and we are, as the coordinator for all processes in Africa, for the SPP, it's Mali and Kenya, which were selected, and for INC, it was Rwanda. And from the beginning to end, Senegal just wanted to specify this as the president of AMCEL. The delegation of Senegal takes note of the statement made by the DRC, but we would also like to reaffirm the transparency of the process at the level of Africa. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much to the representative of Senegal. I remind you of the main purpose we are here for, so I encourage delegates to be short as possible. I have one more request of the floor. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we do ask apologies from all the delegations to speak so long on these procedural issues, but my intervention is done in answer to what was said by Ukraine. Again, the representative of Ukraine was citing the meeting, I'm underlining, meeting in Nairobi, meeting of representatives to Committee of Permanent Representatives to UNEP, not to INC. And they're saying that a certain decision was taken there. This meeting could not take any decisions in regard to the process which we are taking part now. Again, I'm repeating that there were no meetings of our regional groups during yesterday or today in the morning. That is why our request would be to all delegations not to take into consideration statements made both by Romania and Ukraine, because they have no relevance to the present day meeting. And to the elections which we are going to hold, we request the delegates vote on the merits of the proposed candidates, to read carefully their CVs, and to try to take the right decision aimed at the depoliticization of the process, because this process needs to be politics-free. We are talking about environment and plastic pollution. That's not the place to politicize the issue which unfortunately some delegations already raised it today in the very opening of that important meeting. Thank you.
Agradezco al representante.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for that statement. Let me just remind all delegates, these are items that can be addressed at the end of this item on our agenda. The main objective now is to move on to electing the members of the Bureau. So for those who've requested the floor again, I would merely request that you do so at the end of this agenda item. We've taken careful note of everybody's statements.
In accordance with established practice of the United Nations, let me first turn to the nominations from the African states, the Asia-Pacific states, the Latin American and the Caribbean states, and the small island developing states, for which the number of candidates corresponds to the number of seats to be filled and for whom there are no objections. Members will recall that in accordance with Rule 45 of the draft rules of procedure of the committee that apply to the committee's work on a provisional basis, the committee shall proceed to elect by acclamation the agreed candidates that corresponds to the number of seats to be filled and for whom there are no objections. So may I take it that that committee wishes to elect these members by acclamation: Ms. Juliette Kabira of Rwanda, Mr. Sheikh Ndiaye Sila of Senegal, Mr. Hiroshi Ono of Japan, Mr. Mohammed Al-Kashatne of Jordan, Mr. Luis Vallas Valdivieso of Ecuador, and Ms. Asha Challenger of Antigua and Barbuda as vice chairs of the committee. I see no objections. It is so decided. I want to congratulate the vice chairs on their election. We will now turn the election of the vice chairs from the Eastern European states and the Western European and other states by a secret ballot. We will proceed with one region at a time in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern European states, followed by the Western European and other states. The committee will now turn to the election of the vice chairs from the Eastern European states by secret ballot in accordance with Rule 45 and 47 of the draft rules of procedure of the committee that apply on provisional basis. I would like to remind delegates that this is an exclusively in-person meeting, and there shall be no online balloting.
If there's a point of order, you want to take it. Is there a Saudi? Then you have to, if you need a point of order, you have to take Saudi Arabia.
This a point of order?
Saudi said.
This a point of order?
It's the Saudi Arabia. It's not a
We will continue unless there is a point of order. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We had been requesting the floor. We didn't want to make it a point of order, but since you requested specifically that we need to make it a point of order, we are happy to do so. So we just have questions regarding going to a vote on this procedural issue, as our understanding is that we have adopted provisionally the draft rules of procedure for Inc. 1. We went back to the recording of Inc. 1, and it does say we will provisionally adopt draft rules of procedure for that meeting. And so we would like to understand how the voting process will be taking place under Inc. 2 if we have not agreed on which rules of procedure we would be applying for this Inc. And we have not discussed rules of procedure or the means of voting. And so that clarification would be very much appreciated from you before we are comfortable to proceed. Thanks.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia. I will hand now to the Secretary to explain this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the representative of Saudi Arabia, we would like to recall that the committee at its first session held in Punta del Este, Uruguay, agreed that the draft rules of procedure as contained in document UNEP/PP/INC.2/3 would apply to the committee's work provisionally until their adoption. Accordingly, the draft rules of procedure do apply to the committee's work, and they apply on a provisional basis. Thank you.
I thank the Secretariat. So I would like to remind delegations, we will continue, that the candidates are as follows. For the 2 seats for the Eastern European states, the 3 candidates nominated by the governments are Ms. Irma Gurguliani of Georgia, Mr. Kaupo Jaima of Estonia, and Mr. Vladimir Lenev of the Russian Federation. I recall that the rules of procedure, the rules 45 and 47 of the draft rules of procedure provide as follows. Rule 45. There is a point of order. Is Saudi Arabia. I give the floor to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we recall, we asked specifically for a footnote to be included in the meeting report from Inc. 1 that states that the draft rules of procedure are not agreed, and even though they are provisionally adopted, to take it to a vote in such a manner is not something that we agree to in Saudi Arabia. We believe that this needs further clarification in terms of how the vote will be conducted. It has been our experience from other processes that engaging in voting in such a way really does not conduct itself to a transparent and trustworthy process, and we would like more clarification before we proceed to a vote. Thank you.
I'll give the floor to the Secretary again for this point.
We thank the delegation of Saudi Arabia for their statement. That is what the Chair is now going to read out. The Chair is now going to read out the exact procedure for the conduct of this election by way of secret ballot. So if you could just allow the Chair to move forward, and he will explain, and then as legal officer I will also explain how the election by way of secret ballot is going to be conducted. Thank you.
Yeah, I was recalling the rules 45 and 47 of the draft rules of procedure that provides as follow. Rule 45, and I quote, all elections shall be held by secret ballot unless in the absence of any objections, the committee decides to proceed without taking a ballot when there is an agreed candidate. Rule 47. Quote, number 1, when 2 or more elective places are to be filled at one time under the same conditions, those candidates obtaining the required majority on the first ballot shall be elected. 2, if the numbers of candidates obtaining such a majority is more than the number of places to be filled, those candidates obtaining the largest number of votes shall be elected. 3, if the number of candidates obtaining such a majority is less than the number of places to be filled, additional ballots shall be held to fill the remaining places, the voting being restricted to the candidates having obtained the greatest number of votes in the previous ballot, who shall number not more than twice the places remaining to be filled. In the case of a tie between a greater number of unsuccessful candidates, however, a special ballot shall be held for the purpose of reducing the number of candidates to the required number. 4, if 3 restricted ballots are inconclusive, unrestricted ballots shall follow, in which votes may be cast for any eligible person or member. If 3 such unrestricted ballots are inconclusive, the next 3 ballots, subject to exception in a case similar to that of the tie mentioned at the end of the previous paragraph of this rule, shall be restricted to the candidates obtaining the greatest number of votes in the third of the unrestricted ballots. The number of such candidates shall be not more than twice the number of places remaining to be filled. 5, the following 3 ballots thereafter shall be unrestricted, and so on, until all the places are filled. I now invite the Secretariat to explain the balloting procedure, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference officers will first distribute the ballot papers marked B to the representatives seated behind their nameplates. If you are seated behind a member state and you are not from that delegation, please move to your correct seat now. Once you have received the ballot papers, you will see that for the ballot paper marked B for the Eastern European states, the names of the 3 candidates have already been printed on the ballot papers, while additional 2 spaces have been provided on the ballot papers for inscribing the names of any other 2 candidates from the Eastern European group where applicable. Accordingly, delegates can tick the boxes for any 2 candidates, or tick the box from one of the candidates and write in the name of another candidate that belongs to the group, bringing the total to 2. Or C, write down the name of 2 representatives that belong to the group that have not been printed on the ballot, or leave their ballot blank. This is in order to ensure compliance with United Nations practice, and specifically General Assembly Resolution 71/323 on the revitalization of the work of the General Assembly. This resolution, in operative paragraph 47, decided that the names of candidates for election by the General Assembly or by the main committees shall be communicated to the Secretariat, where possible, at least 48 hours prior to an election, unless otherwise required by specific rules governing the election concerned, and that those names shall be printed on the ballot papers, while additional space shall be provided on the ballot paper for inscribing other names where applicable. I would like to stress that you may only indicate 2 names on the ballot. A ballot will be considered invalid if you write down more than 2 names on the ballot paper, or if you write down the name of a representative who does not belong to the group of Eastern European states, or if you write down only the name of member states. This is because the elections are for individuals and not states. Finally, if a ballot paper contains any notation other than a vote in favor of a candidate, those notations will be disregarded. In accordance with standard practice, the counting of representatives will be undertaken by 4 tellers consisting of member state representatives present at this meeting. Can I name the tellers? The countries will be, who will supervise the election will be Brazil, Uruguay, Samoa, and Indonesia. These tellers will be assisted by the Secretariat in undertaking this task. It is very important that tellers counting the votes are able to determine the intention of the voter. Therefore, the ballot papers need to be filled out clearly. If a mistake is made in filling out the ballot paper, the delegation in question should request a new ballot from the Secretariat colleague at the front of the room. Please come to the front of the room to request a new ballot paper. In doing so, please ensure that you provide the ballot paper with a mistake to the Secretariat, which will be shredded and disposed of by the Secretariat in the presence of the delegate. 2 ballot boxes have been placed, and they are over there, at the front of the room, where tellers will be able to observe them and the casting of the ballots. For the casting of the ballots, the Secretariat will call the name of each member following the seating arrangement in the room, starting from the delegation of Afghanistan, and ask the delegates to proceed to the front of the room to cast their ballot. Representatives will be requested to proceed to cast their ballot in an orderly manner using any of the 2 ballot boxes. This will continue until the last representative has cast their ballot. Upon casting of the ballot, representatives are requested to return to their seats. Once all the ballots are cast, the Chair will declare that the balloting is closed, and once the Chair declares that the balloting is closed, no more ballots will be accepted. The Chair will then suspend the meeting for the tellers, assisted by the Secretariat, to count the ballots. Once the results are available, the Chair will resume the meeting for the announcement of the results. In accordance with Rule 38, paragraph 2 of the draft rules that apply on a provisional basis, the majority required is a majority of the members who are present and voting. The candidates that receive the largest number of votes and simple majority of the members present and voting will be declared elected. Pursuant to Draft Rule 47, paragraph 2, if the number of candidates obtaining a required majority of the members present and voting is more than the number of places to be filled, those candidates who obtain the largest number of votes shall be elected. Also, pursuant to Rule 47, paragraph 3, if the number of candidates obtaining a required majority of the members present voting is less than the number of places to be filled, there shall be additional ballots to fill the remaining places. The balloting shall be restricted to the candidates obtaining the greatest number of votes in the previous ballot, and the number of candidates shall be not more than twice the places remaining to be filled. Furthermore, pursuant to draft Rule 47, paragraph 3, in the case of a tie vote, and when it becomes necessary to determine the candidate that will proceed to the next round of restricted balloting, there shall be a special restricted ballot limited to those candidates that have obtained an equal number of votes. This, Mr. Chair, is all contained in draft Rule 47 that applies on a provisional basis, so it should be clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Come on.
Thank you, Secretariat.
Do we need to just...
Right. Saudi Arabia has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for this clarification. In fact, this goes to our original point of order when mentioning Rule 38, paragraph 2, where it says decisions of the Committee on Procedural Matters shall be taken by a majority of the representative of members. We would like to note that we are still under discussion, and we heard it during Inc. 1 on the definition of members that is included in the draft rules of procedure in the beginning of the document, more specifically under Rule 1, paragraph 1, where it says member means any state member of the United Nations or member of its specialized agencies or regional economic integration organization participating in the work of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. And since this will be essentially establishing a use for Rule 38, we do not want to set this precedent at this time, and so we require clarification on exactly how the votes will be counted, and we require clarification as to whether or not this is going to be considered an exceptional circumstance for the use of this rule, and that no further use of this rule will apply in any further meetings of the Inc. unless specifically agreed by all members of the committee at any point in time in the future. We've seen in other processes that this rule was abused in order to push for majority voting when there has not been time to seek consensus. And we do note that the work of the Inc. and the process is very much stressed for time, since we are meant to complete our work before the end of 2024, and we do not want to begin this process in bad faith from the very beginning by essentially operationalizing a rule unnecessarily for substantial decisions. So if all of those clarifications can be made publicly for the record in order for all of us to proceed in a transparent manner, then we would be happy to do so. So seeking your clarification, Chair. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia. I will give the floor to the Secretariat in a minute. For this point, I will give the floor to the Secretariat in order to give a precision.
So thank you very much to Saudi Arabia for their question. As far as the membership that is participating in this secret ballot, we would like to clarify that it would be the 193 member states, the 4 non-member states that are state members of specialized agencies, that Cook Islands, Holy See, State of Palestine, and we have been informed by the European Union as the Regional Economic Integration Organization that they will not participate in this specific secret ballot, and therefore no secret ballot or no ballot will be distributed to the EU for purposes of this election. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Secretary for this clarification.
Saudi Arabia again.
So I have again the request from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much for that clarification. That does answer the first half of my previous intervention, but it does not at all address the second half of my intervention, where I specifically requested that it be stated on record that the operationalization of Rule 38 in this instance will only be done for the procedural matter of voting members of the Bureau, and that this will not establish a precedent on the record for the operationalization of this rule moving forward for substantiated decisions. We have seen this rule be abused in other processes, and we would like to avoid that for the purpose of the work of the Inc. And so if that can be also put on the record and stated in the meeting report that this is an exceptional circumstance and that this is not going to be a precedent for any further decision-making processes, then we would be happy to move forward. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia. So your statement will be noted in the report of the session. I see. Can we move on this point? We are against Saudi Arabia. Are you requesting the floor, Saudi Arabia?
Yes, I was, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This was not a request for our statement to be recorded. This was a request for assurances from you, Mr. Chair, that this rule will not be abused in the future and that you will not be considering this as a precedent for the operationalization of this rule and substantial decision-making processes moving forward into future meetings of the Inc. and in this meeting of the Inc. unless specifically discussed with the members of this negotiating committee. So I was looking for your assurances, Mr. Chair, though I would be happy to have the statements noted for Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. As I have said in previous meetings, we will make every effort to make decisions on a consensus basis. So this is a commitment of the chair. We will continue. So thank you, Secretary. I thank the Secretariat for the information. So I understand we can proceed. There is a request from the floor from is this a point of order? Who is? No. So we will continue with this, and as I mentioned, after this item, we can have also interventions. So we will proceed with in the manner China and then Brazil. I give the floor to China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This delegation, 我们代表团呢非常同意沙特。
The Chinese delegation, we're in favor. We agree with the statement made by Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. The Chinese delegation, we support the statement made by Saudi Arabia. The delegation of Saudi Arabia is not asking for the inclusion of their statement in the report. what they're asking is the prerequisite for the ballot is we have consensus that this ballot is exceptional. It should not be a precedent for future works. And as far as our rule procedure is concerned, this is not a rule that this constitutes a rule. So before our secret ballot, please, Mr. Chair, please ensure us that this ballot is an exception and does not constitute a precedent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of China. We will hear Brazil, and then I will answer you. Brazil.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I thought you look at me. Maybe you thought I was from the Chinese delegation. Well, thank you very much.
Sorry, I could not miss this opportunity to crack a joke in a serious situation. What my delegation would like to do is to support what was raised as a point of order by the Saudi Arabian delegation. We also believe that what we're seeing here is the exceptional application of one rule of the draft, and I have to stress that, the draft rules of procedure that we have. Brazil is ready to go along with this exceptional application of the rule if it is understood by everybody that we do have an item, which is item 3A, which will consider the rules of procedure. We understand that it is said in the annotated provisional agenda that the committee is going to consider the adoption of the rules of procedure. When we consider the adoption, we need to consider the actual rules, because we cannot adopt something if we don't have the opportunity to discuss the content. So based on this understanding that we will have an opportunity to discuss the content of the rules of procedure, my delegation can go along in the spirit of flexibility and participate in this balloting. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Brazil. I see no more in this. I give the floor now to representative of Iran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation has also the same concern as Saudi Arabia and Brazil, and we wish also emphasize that this practice today not to form any kind of basis for future. We also urge you and the Secretariat to include our concern and also your clear response to this as a paragraph in the final report of the session. Thank you.
I thank representative of Iran. I now give the floor to Argentina. Argentina tiene la palabra.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second the motion made by the representative of Saudi Arabia, as also supported by Brazil. I would just like to say that the use of this procedure should be explicitly referred to as a one-off practice. It's not a standing rule. The search for consensus, especially when it comes to the substantive issues covered by this treaty, should be upheld under all circumstances whenever possible. Thank you.
I have, thank you very much to Argentina. I have several requests for points of order. Ukraine, Uganda, Russian Federation, Bahrain, India, and Qatar. If the request is related to the same point, I will stress again what I've said before, that this is our commitment as chair is to try to have every decision by consensus. This is my commitment, and as we mentioned at the beginning also, we are in an exceptional situation. This election is exceptional, as has been said. So I clarified my commitment is to have decisions adopted by consensus. This is, I think, I can go more clear than that. So if the other points of order are related to that, please, we need to move forward with this important point and continue with our main goal in this meeting. Saying that, I will give the floor to Ukraine first, followed by Uganda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies for riding the floor again and for making a point of order. I just wanted to emphasize on one particular issue to avoid spreading of misinformation and the kind of manipulation. Regarding the Eastern European group candidates, it should be well noted that during the meeting of Uruguay, our regional meeting group was requested to hold the consultations and to find the way forward, which was done by the esteemed representative of Romania in Nairobi. We had multiple negotiations, both bilateral and within the regional group, and we have a meeting.
I have a point of order from the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Distinguished Chair, you said that we are now discussing the statements according to the procedure for the session. Just now, the statement made by Ukraine has nothing to do with the rules of procedure. My understanding is that you should stop their statement and give the floor to those countries which would like to comment based on the item of the agenda in accordance with the procedure for elections according to the rules of procedure, which had been done by the previous speakers. The Russian Federation also asked for the floor, but this is in accordance with the rules of procedure for our session. Any other discussions of any other issues with respect to the candidates, how they were elected, how they were nominated, this is no longer appropriate because we are now discussing a new format. We have entered a new format and are discussing a new issue. So we would like to ask you to make the relevant decision on this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. The representative of Ukraine may continue with making his statement, but let me just reiterate what I said earlier. We are focusing on the election of the members of the Bureau. We have now provided you with all of the background information, also the contextual information that makes it clear that this is an exceptional one-off case, and it's the chair's position to try to settle all issues by consensus. Now, if that notwithstanding, there is still request for the floor on this specific item, I will give you the floor. But this is my appeal to you, the representative of Ukraine. You have the floor. You can conclude your statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just haven't finished yet. Probably that's why it was a question. So to emphasize on what I was talking about, we had the regional group meeting. We actually followed the instructions that we were given by the member states of INC during the meeting of Uruguay. This meeting was fruitful. We have found the way forward and have supported two candidates. That's why, Mr. Chair, I support, and the delegation of Ukraine support the way forward that was indicated by you, and we would like to continue as suggested by the Secretariat. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of Ukraine. I give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Uganda would like to seek clarification on Rule 1 and Rule 37. Under Rule 1, the membership of INC is in 3 categories, whereas, Chair, you have clarified on the category of regional economic blocks, you need to categorically clarify on specialized members of UN agencies, which is also classified as part of membership of INC. Under Rule 37, each member is supposed to have 1 vote. So we want to confirm that the members we are talking about here are member states and not a member as defined in the current provision of Rule 1 of INC. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Uganda, and I give the floor now to the Secretariat to clarify this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the representative of Uganda. I see that there's a point of order from Russia.
I give the floor to Russia for the point of order.
Thank you, Chair. But this is not a point of order. As I said in my previous statement, we have a comment with respect to discussing the rules of procedure. This was mentioned by Saudi Arabia, China, Brazil, Iran, Argentina, and Uganda. We fully agree with the contents of these statements, and we don't understand how we can vote when we have not adopted the rules of procedure. We still have a few bracketed items in the paragraphs in the rules of procedure, including paragraph 37, which is the right to vote. Just now, the representative of the legal service noted that the EU will not be taking on any voting rights. This is why we would like to allow the EU, this will allow the EU to either block the voting or to conduct it, just by saying that they refuse to adopt this paragraph 37 and its provisions. We believe that this is unacceptable, and the precedent that we could set by conducting the vote is not correct. First, we must agree upon all provisions in the rules of procedure, and only after this can we have the opportunity to vote on elections and also on substantive issues. Otherwise, we will create a precedent which would be in violation of the work of our negotiating committee. This is a very important issue. It is an issue of principle, and before we make any kind of decision on voting, we need to fully agree on and adopt the rules of procedure. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. As we made clear at the outset of this session, the rules of procedure are being applied on a provisional basis, with the exception of that part of Rule 37 that was left in brackets. And that is the way in which the INC has been doing its work, starting with Inc. 1 and now at the beginning of Inc. 2. And this applies not just to elections of members to the Bureau. It is a blanket provisional implementation of those rules of procedure. And it's in that context that we are engaged in the election of the members of the Bureau, again, within the framework of the provisional implementation of those rules. I'll give the floor to the Secretariat now to provide some additional clarifications on the way in which Inc. has been doing its work on the basis of the provisional observance of the rules of procedure.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. we would just like to reiterate that at INC 1, the committee agreed to apply the draft rules of procedure on a provisional basis to its work. And therefore, the draft rules of procedure apply to the work of the INC in its entirety. That includes the conduct of elections under Rule 45, 46, and 47, with the exception of the bracketed text. Now, the representative of Uganda raised a question concerning who would be voting in this election. And he is correct with respect to the membership. Now, as we have said before, those that will be voting, in other words, those who will receive a ballot, will be the 193 member states, plus the 4 state members of specialized agencies, Cook Islands, Niue, Holy See, and State of Palestine. And we have been informed by the European Union as the one regional economic integration organization that it will not be participating in this specific election through secret ballot. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Secretariat for clarifying that for us.
Before we proceed with the secret ballot, I would like to recall that in accordance to Rule 41 of the draft rules of procedure that apply provisionally on conduct during voting, point of order, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support what Brazil and other countries have said in terms of this exception being applied only to the process for the elections and not to any other process or any other decision that is taken up by the INC. Thank you.
I thank the representative of India. We've duly noted your position, as I duly noted the other members that stress this this position. So again, I will repeat, before we proceed with the secret ballot, I would like to recall that in accordance to Rule 41 of the draft rules of procedure that apply provisionally on conduct during voting, after the chair announced the beginning of voting, no representative of a member state shall interrupt the voting except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the voting. The chair may permit representative of members to explain their votes either before or after the voting, except when the vote is taken by secret ballot. Therefore, there shall be no explanation of vote before or after the ballot at this meeting. I should also like to remind members that pursuant to Rule 41 of the draft rules of procedure that apply on a provisional basis, no representative shall interrupt the voting, except on a point of order on the actual conduct of the voting. All delegates are also requested to remain at their seats so that the voting process can proceed in an orderly manner. Ballots will only be distributed at the seats of delegates. I thank you for your cooperation. Following consultation with the regional groups, as has been mentioned, the following members will serve as tellers: Brazil, Indonesia, Samoa, and Uruguay. Yeah, so I now, before asking the conference office to distribute the ballot, I will gavel the decision to continue as the way has been explained. The ballot papers will be now distributed and the voting process has thus begun. Please. I request the representatives to use only those ballot papers that will be distributed and to either tick 2 boxes or write the names of the candidates and not the name of the candidate's country for whom you wish to vote. Ballot papers marked B for the Eastern European states containing more than 2 names or the name of a candidate or candidates who do not belong to the Eastern European states or containing only the name of countries will be declared invalid. I repeat, I request representatives to use only those ballot papers that have been distributed and to either tick 2 boxes or write the name of candidates and not the name of the candidate's country for whom they wish to vote. Ballot papers containing more than 2 names or the name of a candidate or candidates who do not belong to the group of the Eastern European states or containing only the name of country will be declared invalid. May I remind you that pursuant to Rule 38 of the provisional rules of procedure that apply on a provisional basis, decisions are made by a majority of members present and voting. Please, I encourage all delegations to stay in their seats in order to allow our tellers to approach you. Please, may I remind you to stay in your seats while the ballots are distributed. It's very important. So the ballots have been distributed, so you can fill the ballots right now. I will now invite the tellers and the conference officers to approach the table where the ballot boxes have been placed so that we can verify that the boxes are empty. So we invite the tellers, Indonesia, Brazil, Samoa, and Uruguay. Thank you very much. I will now invite the Secretariat to call on delegations and invite them to come forward to cast their ballot. Please proceed to the ballot box only after the name of your delegation has been called. Once your ballot has been cast, I would ask delegates to return to their seats.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As indicated by the Chair, I will now call on delegations alphabetically, starting from A, one by one, and once your name is called, please come to both sides of the stage where we have the 2 ballot boxes. If you could use the stairs, cast the ballot, and then sort of leave through the front of the stage. And those in the middle, if you could also use the front, cast the ballot on both sides, and kind of move so that there is a normal flow of delegates. So now I will call on Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Andorra, Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Belgium, Belize, Benin, Bhutan, Plurinational State of Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Brunei Darussalam, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Capo Verde, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada. Central African Republic, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Holy See, Honduras, Hungary, Iceland, India, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Federated States of Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nauru, Nepal, Kingdom of the Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Niger, Nigeria, Niue, North Macedonia, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Palau, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Samoa, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, State of Palestine, Sudan, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Syrian Arab Republic, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United Republic of Tanzania, United States, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen, Zambia, and Zimbabwe.
May I request any remaining delegation that wishes to cast its ballot but has not yet done so to do so now by approaching to the podium to cast their vote? So, as known, so the vote is closed. No more ballot papers will be accepted. So I will now suspend the meeting of the committee for 45 minutes. The results of the vote will be announced once they are tallied. The meeting is suspended. basis. I would like to remind delegates that this is an exclusively in-person meeting and there shall be no online balloting. I would like to remind delegations that the candidates are as follows. For the 2 seats for the Western European and other states, the 2 nominated candidates are Ms. Johanna Liesinger-Paetz of Sweden and Ms. Larke Williams of the United States of America. I recall that the rules 45 and 47 of the draft rules of procedure provides as follows. Rule 45. An election shall be held by secret ballot unless, in the absence of any objections, the committee decides to proceed without taking a ballot when there is an agreed candidate. Rule 47. When 2 or more elective places are to be filled at one time under the same conditions, those candidates obtaining the required majority on the first ballot shall be elected. 2. If the number of candidates obtaining such a majority is more than the number of places to be filled, those candidates obtaining the largest number of votes shall be elected. 3. If the number of candidates obtaining such a majority is less than the number of places to be filled, additional ballots shall be held to fill the remaining places, the voting being restricted to the candidates having obtained the greatest number of votes in the previous ballot, who shall number not more than twice the places remaining to be filled. In the case of a tie between a greater number of unsuccessful candidates, however, a special ballot shall be held for the purpose of reducing the number of candidates to the required number. 4. If 3 restricted ballots are inconclusive, unrestricted ballots shall follow, in which votes may be cast for any eligible person or member. If 3 such unrestricted ballots are inconclusive, the next 3 ballots, subject to exception in a case similar to that of the time mentioned at the end of the previous paragraph of this rule, shall be restricted to the candidates obtaining the greatest number of votes in the third and unrestricted ballots. The number of such candidates shall be not more than twice the number of places remaining to be filled. 5. The following 3 ballots thereafter shall be unrestricted, and so on, until all the places are filled. I now invite the Secretariat to explain the balloting procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference officers will distribute the ballot papers marked C to the representatives seated behind their nameplates. Again, we would kindly request that if delegates are seated behind a nameplate that is not their state, they move to the nameplate for their particular state. Once you've received the ballot papers, you will see that for the ballot paper marked C for WEOG, Western European and other states, the names of the 2 nominated candidates have already been printed on the ballot papers, while additional 2 spaces have been provided on the ballot for inscribing the names of any other 2 candidates from WEOG where applicable. Accordingly, delegates can tick the boxes for any 2 candidates, or tick the box for one of the candidates and write in the name of another candidate that belongs to the WEOG, or write down the names of 2 representatives that belong to the group that have not been printed on the ballot, or leave the ballot blank. This is in order to ensure compliance with United Nations practice, and specifically General Assembly Resolution 71/323 on the revitalization of the work of the General Assembly. This resolution, in operative paragraph 47, decided that the names of candidates for election by the General Assembly or by the main committee shall be communicated to the Secretariat where possible at least 48 hours prior to an election, unless otherwise required by specific rules governing the elections concerned, and that those names shall be printed on the ballot papers, while additional spaces shall be provided on the ballot paper for inscribing other names where applicable. I would also stress that you may only indicate 2 names on the ballot paper. A ballot will be considered invalid if you write down more than 2 names on the ballot, or if you write down the name of a representative who does not belong to the group of Western European and other states, or if you write down only the name of member states. That is because the election is for an individual and not a state. Finally, if a ballot paper contains any notation other than a vote in favor of a candidate, those notations will be disregarded. In accordance with standard practice, the counting of votes will be undertaken by 4 tellers consisting of member state representatives present at this meeting. The tellers will be assisted by the Secretariat in undertaking this task. It is important that tellers counting the votes are able to determine the intention of the voter. Therefore, the ballot papers need to be filled out clearly. If a mistake is made in filling out the ballot paper, the delegation in question should request a new ballot paper from the Secretariat colleague at the front of the room, that is my colleague Radhika. In doing so, please ensure that you provide the ballot paper with the mistake to the Secretariat, which will be shredded and disposed of by the Secretariat in the presence of the delegate. 2 ballot boxes have been placed on the front of the room where tellers will be able to observe them and the casting of the ballots. For the casting of the ballots, the Secretariat will call the name of each member following the seating arrangement in the room. We are familiar with this process by now, starting from the delegation of Afghanistan, and ask the delegates to proceed to the front of the room to cast their ballot. Representatives will be requested to proceed to cast their ballot in an orderly manner using any of the 2 ballot boxes in front of the room. This will continue until the last representative has cast their ballot. Upon casting of the ballots, representatives are requested to return to their seats. Once all the ballots are cast, the Chair will declare that the balloting is closed and that no more ballots will be accepted. The Chair will then suspend the meeting for the tellers assisted by the Secretariat to count the ballots. Once the results are available, the Chair will resume the meeting for the announcement of the result. In accordance with Rule 38, paragraph 2 of the draft rules that apply on a provisional basis, the majority required is a majority of the members who are present and voting. The candidates that receive the largest number of votes and a simple majority of the members present and voting will be declared elected. Pursuant to draft Rule 47, paragraph 2, if the number of candidates obtaining a required majority of the members present and voting is more than the number of places to be filled, those candidates who obtain the largest number of votes shall be elected. Also, pursuant to draft Rule 47, paragraph 3, if the number of candidates obtaining a required majority of the members present and voting is less than the number of places to be filled, there shall be additional ballots to fill the remaining places. The balloting shall be restricted to the candidates obtaining the greatest number of votes in the previous ballot, and the number of candidates shall not be more than twice the places remaining to be filled. Further, pursuant to draft Rule 47, paragraph 3, in the case of a tie vote, and when it becomes necessary to determine the candidate that will proceed to the next round of restricted balloting, there shall be a special restricted ballot limited to those candidates that have obtained an equal number of votes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the Secretariat. I take it that we will proceed with a secret ballot in this manner. It is so decided. Before we proceed with the secret ballot, I would like to recall that in accordance with Rule 41 of the draft rules of procedure that apply provisionally on conduct during voting, after the Chair has announced the beginning of voting, no representative of a member shall interrupt the voting except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the voting. The chair may permit representatives of members to explain their votes either before or after the voting, except when the vote is taken by secret ballot. Therefore, there shall be no explanations of vote before or after the ballot at this meeting. I should also like to remind members that pursuant to Rule 41 of the draft rules of procedure that apply on a provisional basis, no representative shall interrupt the voting except on a point of order on the actual conduct of the voting. All delegates are also requested to remain at their seats so that the voting process can be proceeded in an orderly manner. Ballots will only be distributed at the seats of delegates. So I thank you very much for your cooperation. Following consultations with the regional groups, I wish to inform that the representative of Indonesia, Samoa, Uruguay, and Brazil will serve as tellers once again. So I now ask the conference officers to distribute the ballot papers. The voting process has begun. I request representatives to use only those ballot papers that have been distributed and to either tick 2 boxes or write the name of candidates and not the name of the candidate's country for whom they wish to vote. Ballot papers marked C for the Western European and other states containing more than 2 names or the name of a candidate or candidates who do not belong to the Western European and other states or containing only the name of countries will be declared invalid. I repeat, I request representatives to use only those ballot papers that have been distributed and to either tick 2 boxes or write the name of candidates and not the name of the candidate's country for whom they wish to vote. Ballot papers containing more than 2 names or the name of a candidate or candidates who do not belong to the group of Western European and other states or containing only the name of countries will be declared invalid. May I remind you that pursuant to Rule 38 of the draft rules of procedure that apply on provisional basis, decisions are made by a majority of members present and voting. Please, it's very important to stay in your seats in order to finalize the distribution of the ballots. Thank you very much. If you have not received your ballots, delegations that have not received their ballots, they can come to the stage. We will provide you with the ballots. Thank you very much. Okay, so I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to approach the table where the ballot boxes have been placed so that we can verify that the boxes are empty. A ver. Hola, hola. I see some delegations entering the right now. If you haven't received your ballots, we can provide you immediately with the ballots. Please. Thank you very much. I will now invite the Secretariat to call on delegation and invite them to come forward to cast their ballot. Please proceed to the ballot box only after the name of your delegation has been called. Once your ballot has been cast, I would ask delegates to return to their seats. Already shown. Yeah. So, Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As indicated by the Chair, I will now read delegations starting from Afghanistan one by one. Delegations are kindly requested to approach the podium where the ballot boxes are to deliver their ballots. Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Andorra, Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Belgium, Belize, Benin, Bhutan, Plurinational State of Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Brunei Darussalam, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Capo Verde, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Central African Republic, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Holy See, Honduras, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Federated States of Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nauru, Nepal, Kingdom of the Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Niger, Nigeria, Niue, North Macedonia, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Palau, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Samoa, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, State of Palestine, Sudan, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Syrian Arab Republic, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United Republic of Tanzania, United States, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
may I request that any remaining delegation that wishes to cast its ballot but has not yet done so, to do so now by approaching the podium to cast their vote. I see none. The voting is now closed. No more ballot papers will be accepted. I will now suspend the meeting of the committee for 30 minutes. The results of the vote will be announced once they are tallied. The meeting is suspended. 149. Number of invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 149. Abstentions, 21. Number of members present and voting, 128. Required majority, 65. Numbers of votes obtained. Ms. Joanna Liesinger Pates, Sweden, 119. Ms. Larke Williams, United States of America, 116. Having obtained the required majority, Ms. Joanna Liesinger Pates of Sweden and Ms. Larke Williams of the United States of America have been elected as vice chairs of the committee. I congratulate Ms. Liesinger Pates and Ms. Williams on their election. I now invite the committee to proceed with the designation of the rapporteur. I have been informed that there is general agreement to designate Ms. Asha Challenger of Antigua and Barbuda as rapporteur of the committee. May I take it that the committee wishes to proceed accordingly? I see no objections. It is so decided. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate Ms. Challenger on her designation as rapporteur of the committee, and I invite her to take her seat at the podium. The committee has thus concluded its consideration of agenda item 2. Distinguished delegates, let us now consider sub-item 3A on the adoption of the rules of procedure. You will recall that at its first session held in Punta del Este, the committee agreed that the draft rules of procedure as contained in document UNEP/PP/INC2/3 would apply to its work provisionally until their adoption. The committee also agreed to defer the adoption of the draft rules of procedure until its second session to allow more time for consultation. In the intersessional period, I have been holding consultations with the regional groups on resolving the outstanding bracketed text in Rule 37 with a view to adopting the rules of procedure as soon as possible. It has become apparent that further consultations are needed on the bracketed text in Rule 37. Therefore, and as agreed at INC 1, the committee will continue to apply the rules of procedure on a provisional basis until their adoption. The draft rules of procedure. I will continue to consult with delegations on this issue, and I will update the plenary on the progress on these consultations in the course of the week. The committee has thus concluded at this stage of its consideration of agenda item 3A. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to consider agenda item 3. I see Saudi Arabia requesting the floor. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would just like to clarify that, as mentioned from Inc. 1, we are still under discussions of the entirety of the draft rules of procedure. The contact groups or the informals that were opened during Inc. 1 were a discussion of Rule 37, but as we indicated during the open-ended working group in Dakar, and then again during Inc. 1 in Uruguay, and now we indicate again, the draft rules of procedure are exactly that, draft rules of procedure. The open-ended working group did not even get a chance to discuss any of the rules beyond Rule 37 in order for them to be agreed. We did, for the sake of flexibility and to move into issues of substance, agree to provisionally apply those draft rules, with the exception of Rule 37 and Rule 38, which was mentioned and discussed during Inc. 1 extensively in the informal consultations that happened to the side of the meeting. And so we would like confirmation that consultations moving forward will not just be for Rule 37. In fact, they will be for any item under the draft rules of procedure that are still under consideration by members of this committee. Thank you.
Agradezco.
I would like to thank the representative of Saudi Arabia for that statement. I have two further requests, India and then Uganda. Let me just repeat. The rules of procedure are being observed on a provisional basis, and we have taken exception with Rule 37, and that's reflected in the square brackets. It's on this basis that we have been working and shall continue to do so. So what I can make available to you is my maximum efforts to try to settle this matter as quickly as possible, and I shall be engaged in consultations throughout this week, and I shall keep you apprised of any progress that we make in those consultations.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Chair. India has always been committed to the principle of consensus in decision-making in respect of substantive matters under multilateral environment agreements, as this reiterates collective decision-making and reflects our shared responsibilities and concerns. We would like to highlight the concern regarding the draft rules of procedure that would govern the INC process. I would like to share with this August gathering that during the INC 1 also India had intervened on the same issue of Rule 38.1 of Rules of Procedure. It was requested that Rule 38.1 of Rules of Procedure, which talks about decision-making on substantive items by two-thirds majority, to be bracketed. We would like to reiterate this and request to bracket Rule 38.1 of the Rules of Procedure before we all move forward to negotiate on any matter, including the Rules of Procedure. I would like to state again that India has always led from the front on environment issues and would continue to do so. But to ensure the fairness, equity, shared responsibility, and collective commitments and actions in all multilateral processes, consensus-based decision-making is indispensable. Thank you.
Agradezco al.
I would like to thank the representative of India for that statement. And let me just repeat that we shall continue engaging in consultations on the provisional rules of procedure. Again, these rules of procedure are being observed on a provisional basis, as I've said many times already. Again, I can reassure you, we will do everything we can to address this pending issue. But in the meantime, the rules of procedure are being observed on a provisional basis. This was a decision that was made at INC 1, and so we shall continue working on that basis. But the objective that we set for ourselves is to settle this matter that is still outstanding.
A request of the floor from Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. Mr. Chairman, the rules of procedure provide the direction for negotiations. The issue of applying rules of procedure provisionally does not legally make sense, because if you say provisional application, does that mean that the meeting has agreed that those are the rules of procedure of the meeting? The issue or word or connotation of provisional application of rules of procedure does not exist at law. We should either agree on those provisions that are not contested and then adopt them. That way, we would have rules of procedure agreed to guide the meeting. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, if we say they are applicable provisionally, legally we do not know exactly what you mean. What does exactly that mean? Application of the rules of procedure provisionally. Does it mean they guide the meeting? Does it mean the meeting is moving without rules of procedure? We need clarification on what you mean when you say they apply provisionally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the representative of Uganda. When it comes to your request for further clarifications, let me just recall this. This is not the only case. In INC, there might be similar situations in other international organizations where rules have been observed on a provisional basis. To further clarify this issue, I shall hand over to the legal advisor of the Secretariat so that he can give us some additional information as well.
Thank
I see there is a point of order from the delegation of Iran. I give you the floor on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a point of order. It's just a clarification that we do not have the same understanding with respect to provisionally enforcing the rules of procedure. To our understanding, this means that still there is no general agreement and a consensus on that. And there are some articles as suggested by others, like Articles 37 or 38, that we have some reservation on them. But exceptionally, to cope with the challenges, we have agreed, to utilize.
Yeah, I thought that it was a point of order. If not, I will give the floor first to the Secretariat that will explain additionally on the question from Uganda, and then we will continue with the order of requests for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the report of INC 1 dated 1st December 2022, that's document UNEP/PP/INC.1/L.1. That report in paragraphs 10 through to 13 give the background and basically confirm that the INC has agreed to apply the draft rules of procedure that would apply to its work on a provisional basis. Now, within the context of the United Nations, there are examples of where rules have applied provisionally or draft rules have applied provisionally. For example, the United Nations Security Council has had provisional rules of procedure that were adopted at its first session in 1946, and these rules remain provisional. In the case of the 2012 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development that was held in Rio +20, at its first plenary meeting on the 20th of June 2012, the conference decided to function on the basis of the provisional rules of procedure that had been recommended by the preparatory committee. Rio +20 actually never adopted its rules of procedure. Another example is the Conference of the Parties to the Rotterdam Convention, which adopted at its first meeting its rules on a provisional basis for application during the current meeting, with the exception of certain rules. And then finally, there is the Review Conference of the Fish Stocks Agreement that agreed that the rules of procedure remain provisional and be used as such during the conference, with the understanding that the conference would proceed to the formal adoption of the provisional rules of procedure if and when necessary. So there are examples in the United Nations of cases of where there have been provisional rules or where draft rules have applied provisionally. Now, each case, of course, within the United Nations is different and is based upon the wording of the decision that a United Nations body or conference of parties of a treaty body has adopted with respect to its rules. In the case of the INC, the draft rules of procedure, while not yet adopted, do have legal effect, as the INC has agreed to apply the draft rules on a provisional basis to its work, with the exception of bracketed text. The INC has thus agreed to function on the basis of its draft rules on a provisional basis until such time as it is in a position to adopt the rules. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, you as presiding officer, as we have discussed, have the obligation to ensure observance of the draft rules that apply provisionally by all delegations and observers, and delegations and observers acting in good faith, of course, have a similar obligation to respect the draft rules as applied provisionally, as they do have legal effect, as the INC has taken a decision on this matter. Thank you.
I thank the Secretariat, and I give the floor now to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the explanation. This morning, we decided to have a vote for the members of the Bureau, and a few delegations asked to confirm a prerequisite that the voting cannot be a precedent. This request was reiterated by a few delegations, and the chair, you also confirmed that this has been confirmed and noted. This is a consensus. It's not from one delegation or two delegations. It is, before the voting, a consensus reached by members before the voting. My second point is that currently we have only a provisional rules of procedure. It's not an official or set rules of procedure. Therefore, this is a provisional text. It does not represent an agreed rules of procedures by everyone. Moreover, according to the set procedure, whenever it's not agreed by all, it's not agreed. So it's not agreed until everything is agreed. Therefore,
this set of rules of procedure cannot be seen as agreed and accepted by all. My fourth point is that, according to the Secretariat, a few instances adopted provisional rules of procedure, and those are on a legal basis. But at the United Nations, there's a prerequisite is that no member state was opposed, did not oppose to the provisional rules of procedure. So I'd like to once again say these provisional rules of procedure are not legally binding, are not on a legal basis. Moreover, these are provisional rules of procedure, so the chairman, you have the duty to listen to everyone and not to force any member to accept what they don't want to accept. So whenever there's opposition, be it the chair or the secretariat, you cannot see that people have to follow provisional rules. So these rules are not eternal, are not permanent, so we are against to use the provisional rules of procedure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to repeat the provisional rules of procedure cannot be adopted for concrete substantial issues.
Agenda could not be used for substance discussion of our committee. Thank you.
I thank the representative of China. I will not repeat what I have said regarding this. I think we were very clear, but maybe up to the after all the interventions, I will reiterate my position on this, what I've already said. I will give now the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation fully supports the representatives of Saudi Arabia, Uganda, China, and a series of other countries who are calling for addressing the issue with the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure are a basic document for any negotiations. A situation when, as part of the Intergovernmental, the INC, we are working using provisional rules of procedure that have not been adopted officially, this is not acceptable to us. This is unacceptable. We decided to meet you halfway on elections of the Bureau because we understand that the Bureau is necessary to the normal functioning of the negotiations process. Nevertheless, while conducting elections in the absence of officially adopted rules of procedure is not appropriate. For this reason, we would like to thank those countries which have supported the Russian Federation, thereby demonstrating their readiness to depoliticize this process. We would like to thank you for your readiness to continue consultations according to the rules of procedure. But we believe that such an important issue as the rules of procedure should be discussed at a general conference within the framework of the contact groups. Any delegations can take part in the contact groups. We believe that working without rules of procedure could lead to violations, and we must avoid a situation where we do this during our negotiations process. We have agreed to provisionally adopting the rules of procedure at the first session of the INC, but we do not have to use this method for the rest of our work when we are using the rules of procedure on a provisional basis. We believe that INC 2 should take measures to try to reach a consensus on the text of the rules of procedure and to discuss this text, the best way to do this is within the contact groups. Please consider the possibility of establishing contact groups on this issue. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to a representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said before, when we were dealing with the election of officers for the Bureau, we only participated in the spirit of flexibility, that we would have a meaningful and serious discussion on the content, and I was very clear about that, on the content of the rules of procedure. We cannot just consider the adoption of texts without having a meaningful talk about what's there. That's my first point. Another thing which is pretty much related to Brazil, as some of you might know, we had elections by the end of last year, and we have a new government that is in place since January the 1st. On January the 1st, whoever was observing Brazil would have noticed that half of the legislative acts issued by our president, President Lula, were on the environment. Why am I saying this? Because what I want to make clear here is that we are fully committed to protect the environment, not only in Brazil, but wherever it needs protection through international cooperation with our partners here, with the countries who are here. Why do I raise this? Because when we defend the rule of consensus to adopt this treaty, it is a matter of principle, and it is a position that expresses our commitment to the environment. By my side here, to my right, I have a Vice Minister from the Ministry of the Environment, and we were discussing this, how we cannot just adopt a treaty text dealing with a global problem by a majority of 2/3 of the parties present and voting. If we were to do this today, and I was listening to the number of countries who were present and voting in the election of officers, we would have approved the treaty text with a required majority of 94 countries. I don't think this is acceptable. I think we need everybody on board. We cannot have a text that only reflects the views of 94 countries to deal with a global problem. So this is my second point. We also find it very serious that India had to ask again to put brackets in Rule 38. We are working under the consensus rule here, and if one country, and it seems now that it's not only one, is not comfortable with one rule, the position of this country needs to be respected and duly reflected in new versions of documents. So, if the request of India is not enough, I'd like to add my own country, Brazil, in the sense that we support the position of India and we want to see brackets in Rule 38, specifically in the second sentence of the rule, which is related to the 2/3 majority, if need be. I can read this to you, Mr. Chair. So the sentence to be bracketed is, if all efforts to reach consensus have been exhausted and no agreement has been reached, the decision shall, as a last resort, be taken by a 2/3 majority of the representatives of members who are present and voting. This is the last part of Rule 38. I want to reiterate that we're here in good spirit and we want all voices to be heard. We're also in good spirit here to negotiate with countries, and we definitely do not want to see ourselves in a position where we're negotiating with you or the Secretariat. I am sure that's not what we're doing here, and that's not what you want. But we cannot have an understanding about the provisional application of rules of procedure when we have quite a good number of countries representing quite a lot of people in the world trying to say that there's no agreement. If we are to have any provisional application of the rules of procedure, we cannot have only brackets in Rule 37, because this is not the only point where we don't have agreement. I would also like to support the previous delegation that mentioned that we need to continue work on the rules of procedure because, yes, it is a basic document which is very important and will guide us through this process. So it is important that countries have the opportunity to meet and discuss the rules that are being problematic for some delegations. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for that statement. I would like to point out the following. In INC 1 and here in INC 2, we want to do the same thing that we did then, and that is to take into consideration all of the positions that are expressed from the floor. What we're trying to do is conduct the deliberations in this spirit, and this pertains to our reference to the terms of reference, or rather the rules of procedure, because it was at INC 1 that the decision was made to give provisional adoption to the rules of procedure with the exception of the bracketed language in Rule 37. Now here I'm just referring to, again, that decision made at the INC's first sitting. And although I've made that clear, I've also expressed my willingness to continue engaging in consultations on this pending issue of the provisional application of the rules of procedure, and that is what we shall do throughout the week. But we really do want to hear all of the opinions from the floor on this.
Floor to a representative of Qatar.
Chairperson, there are many parties which have expressed their concern about taking decisions by voting. We support Uganda, Saudi Arabia, China, and many other countries which mentioned Articles 37 and 38. We truly believe that achieving consensus will lead to more sustainable results and more applicable one, and it would also reinforce cooperation and partnership amongst us. This meeting allows parties to bring their positions closer together and to work together so that we may achieve consensus. Consensus, Chairperson, is a noble goal and a satisfying way of achieving results that satisfy all. Putting things that were not discussed between brackets in Articles 37 and 38, because they were not discussed at Punta del Este. We have to correct some of the mistakes we made in the past, and we must be flexible. We always believe that consensus is the best way to achieve an international treaty which will be satisfying to all and that fulfills the needs and requirements of all parties. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar. I give the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And we'd like to start off by aligning ourselves with statements that were made by India, Brazil, and our other colleagues from China and other countries. We chose to move forward in good faith during INC 1 because we believed that we would get a chance as parties to have our views not only heard, but have our concerns addressed. This is, after all, a party-driven process. However, to our extreme disappointment, that is not what occurred in INC 1, and that is not what happened after the open-ended working group that took place in Dakar. And so at this point in time, we absolutely will not move forward until our concerns are addressed regarding the rules of procedure. To make it very, very clear, we must move on a consensus-based approach. We've heard from many countries in the room now that this is a concern, and being adamant to continue moving forward under provisionally applied adopted rules of procedure that have absolutely no agreement in the room is very concerning. We were again flexible this morning regarding the operationalization of some of those rules on an exceptional basis in order for us to have a bureau in place. But really, in order for us to be able to discuss an instrument, and here I use the word discuss and not negotiate because we are here in that spirit. We wish to engage and discuss with other countries on the best path forward in order for us to be able to end plastic pollution, because that's what we're all here for. But we will absolutely not be able to move forward if we end up with text that cannot be implemented in the majority of countries where majority of populations lie, especially considering all of the advancements that we need to do under other UN treaties, including targeting emission reductions, including reaching our sustainable development goals. All of this must be taken into consideration, Mr. Chair, because it's all very, very important to us. And the success of this instrument and our ability not only to adopt and ratify it and enter it into force and actually implement the elements that are agreed are very, very important to us on a global level to, again, end plastic pollution. But it must be done in a way where everybody can sign on and everybody can contribute, and that cannot happen if Rule 38.1 remains in effect. And we have already seen it being abused in other processes, and we really do not wish to have the same thing occur right now. So again, for your consideration, Mr. Chair, we really must insist on the bracketing of Rule 38.1 before we're moving forward with the substantive issues of this meeting. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to a representative of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the consideration, and I thank the Secretariat for the clarification to our point of order that we earlier raised. However, I would like to confirm that as reiterated by distinguished delegates from many delegations, including China, India, Brazil, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and many others, we do not agree with the guidance given by the Secretariat that these rules can be enforced by you on a provisional basis. We believe that there is no such a thing as provisional enforcement, and there is no such a thing as provisional rules of procedure. If they must be provisional rules of procedure, then they must be already agreed upon provisionally, which agreement we do not see. We do not agree with the guidance that these rules can be enforced by you, Mr. Chairman, because they cannot be enforced unless agreed by the meeting. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, it's our understanding that these rules are providing guidance where we have consensus and will not be enforced where we do not have consensus. The rules of procedure in their current form have so many issues which we would not accept to apply even on a provisional basis, as that would jeopardize the very latent spirit of important negotiations of INC. It is our considered view that if we must proceed before we have agreement on the draft rules of procedure, then we should agree on those areas where we have concern and we bracket them. And Mr. Chairman, it is our proposal in that spirit that if we must move forward, then Rule 1 and Rule 37 be placed under brackets because we do not agree with their application. Even in their provisional form, we wouldn't agree to application of Rule 37 and Rule 1 because they contradict each other and they would cause further confusion. So if we must agree to proceed on a provisional basis, we would wish and pray that Rule 1 and Rule 37 are both bracketed before we can proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Uganda. We have two further requests for the floor, and I would encourage you all to be as brief and go to the point before us.
Representative of Bahrain.
Thank you, Chairperson. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep thanks to the Secretariat for the clarification it provided. We agree with the Saudi and Indian, Chinese, Brazilian, and Russian, and the Qatari position concerning this document. That Articles 37 and 38 must be put between brackets, and that we should start with discussing issues of importance. But at the same time, we cannot work in the future on the basis of a provisional text.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And in particular, for the sake of making progress during the negotiations on the substantive elements of the agreement, we believe that this is something that we have to settle as quickly as possible. And we're not just talking about whether or not these rules would apply provisionally. In INC 1, the delegation of India requested that Article 38.1 also be bracketed. So it's not just Rule 37 that is under question here. Now, if there are delegations that still feel uncomfortable with some of the languages of these rules, some of the language contained in these rules, well, then we should all sit down, roll up our sleeves, and once again negotiate and have a discussion so that we can reach a decision on this. So in light of all of that, my delegation would like to express its agreement with the notion that we, again, bracket this rule, and perhaps you, sir, as quickly as possible, can organize our consultation so that we can come up with a solution for 37 and 38.1. If we can achieve a solution, then, well, perhaps 38.1 can help us reach a solution on 37 as well. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba.
I now give the floor to the representative of Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by reiterating what has already been said before what was said. We talked about the rules this morning, which has allowed us to move forward, and this allowed us to elect the board. I don't want to go back to the provisional rules of procedure, because this is an experimental usage of this. Of course, we need to seek consensus, but if we are unable to reach consensus, we have seen agreements that have not moved forward not because of a lack of will to make decisions.
From Saudi Arabia, have you requested on a point of order, Saudi Arabia?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. This is probably just a procedural matter, but the translation cannot keep up with the statements that are being made, and so a lot of what the representative of Senegal is saying is getting lost, and we really want to hear what they have to say and what everybody in the room has to say, and so we would really please just ask the Secretariat to look into it, and thank you for all of the efforts that are being made by our translators, but a lot of what's being said is just kind of dropping, and so if you can find a solution for that, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will encourage the representative of Senegal to speak slowly in order for our translator to continue doing the translation. So please continue.
Mr. Chairman, I think that I was reading slowly. I wasn't reading at pace. This, I would say, is the lowest, the slowest speed. Otherwise, there's no real communication of ideas. But if you would like, I'd start from the top. What I was saying was that I wasn't to go back on what was accepted in Punta del Este at INC 1. This is what enabled us to elect you, sir, to take the chair. But today, with the provisional enforcement of these rules, we've managed to elect members of the Bureau. But actually, I would like to turn to those rules that were approved on a provisional basis. And one of the questions that was raised, I think everybody in the room really knows what this is all about. I realize that there are lots of new bits of information. Sometimes we feel like we have to go all the way back to the beginning. All of that is understandable. A consensus during these negotiations must be of paramount importance. But if we can't achieve a consensus, and we've seen agreements for which we've had difficulties when it comes to making concrete progress and implementing the decisions that we've agreed to, these agreements that lack any true teeth because there's no real will to make effective decisions because we can't achieve a consensus. Now, let me tell you what I think the consensus is. A consensus, in fact, kills democracy. It imposes unanimity. And when everybody is in agreement, right? But if only one or two countries are not in agreement, then the whole thing comes to a grinding halt. Thank you. So under such circumstances, how can we make progress? And the delegations that have taken the floor have expressed their desire to protect the environment, to make progress in protecting the environment. Well, when you want to protect the environment, often you have to set aside our national interests and really look at what is going to happen to the planet and how we can preserve the planet for the goodwill of everyone. In Dakar, the open-ended working group meeting accepted that the Minamatar rules would be observed. And we made an exception for Rule 37. And that is the practice that we adopted. And when we arrived in Punta del Este, this was something that was recalled. And I think that this delegation cannot accept that we start opening up other items. Otherwise, we will not make any progress. And this is the second negotiation session where we're supposed to be talking about the substance and not getting embroiled in discussions about rules of procedure. Thank you, sir. I thank the delegate of Senegal.
I now give the floor to a representative of the Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the good conduct of the voting procedure. It is a very positive step that we have now elected Bureau. This will certainly support you in your task and also help the process. Regarding the rules of procedure, we echo what the distinguished delegate from Senegal has outlined. We share the understanding that we have agreed to apply provisionally and are operating on the rules of procedure as contained document INC 2.2/3. It is therefore our understanding that we can apply these rules of procedures, including Rule 38. And while this is not the topic, I can confirm that Switzerland is very much in support of striving for consensus. We do, however, believe that to be able to vote as a last resort is often helpful to achieve consensus. This will help us in this process to work constructively together and to achieve a meaningful outcome. We appreciate your efforts to address the open issues in the rules of procedure, and this delegation stands ready to engage in these consultations. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Switzerland. I give now the floor to the representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. We have precious time for negotiations, and Chair, you asked us to be brief, so I will. We would support and recall, as said by Senegal, I think your ruling on this item for INC 1. We have heard the views of several delegations, and this delegation stands ready to continue to engage in the informal consultations with you, Chair. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the European Union. I give now the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Morocco strongly supports that we make decisions on the basis of consensus insofar as that consensus makes it possible for us to come up with binding rules for the future legally binding instrument, and also to carry out a smooth negotiating process which would enable the delegations to work in an atmosphere of trust and to look at the prospect of genuine, effective implementation of whatever rules we adopt. This is a global problem that is so complex that we have to have a gradual approach based on education and outreach. If there's a consensus that can lead us into talking about rules that pertain to votes, well, then we would have to stick to the rules that are adopted by the United Nations for these matters. Thank you.
Representative of Morocco, I give now the floor to representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. The UK supports the interventions of Senegal, Switzerland, and the EU and its member states. The UK supports the Chair's in his efforts to give effect to the decision in INC 1 to apply the draft rules of procedure provisionally until rules of procedure are adopted. We understand that the decision at INC 1 was to allow future INCs to act under the provisionally applied draft until rules of procedure were adopted. We acknowledge the need for the committee members to continue to strive towards adoption of rules of procedure and to do so on the basis of the extensive discussions within the open-ended working group in Dakar. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. I give now the floor to the representative of Peru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. INC adopted on a provisional basis the rules of procedure pending their final approval. The only thing that was still under discussion was the bracketed segments of Rule 737. If the text had been put in brackets, then there would have been no need to reference that specific part of the text. The INC is sovereign to make any decisions, to change decisions that it's made in the past. And it's with this delegation's understanding that one of the chair alone cannot make a decision on this. If we are going to be deciding that 38.1 should also be in square brackets, it can't be just the request of one delegation. Now, it's quite clear that delegations are not in agreement on this, and this is why we would invite those delegations that have been calling for a consensus that they actually act in a consistent manner and that they take a constructive role in the informal consultations that will be organized by the chair. There's no way that we can have a useful discussion of this here in plenary, and we will not make any progress. I think it would be better for us to take the limited time that we have at our disposal to focus on the substantive issues that have been referred to us and are part of our mandate. Thank you. Thank you, Peru.
To a representative of Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We've come from different parts of the world to discuss the issue of plastic pollution.
a crisis we all recognize the importance of. We also met in Dakar for the OAWG in May last year to negotiate the rules of procedure. We did. We had the discussion we are having again now in this room and left Dakar with only brackets in Rule 37. At INC 1, we agreed to apply those rules of procedure on a provisional basis for the INC. Norway fully aligns itself with the interventions of Senegal, Switzerland, the EU, the UK and Peru. Norway recognises the importance of the rules of procedure and believe we should continue to seek final agreement on the rules of procedure. We fully support your proposed way forward, Chair, and look forward to participating in the consultations to take place. Norway will continue to engage in the discussions in the INC, expecting to reach full agreement on all issues of substance. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway. I give the floor. Le doy la palabra.
I now recognize the representative of Argentina. Argentina supports the position expressed by India, Brazil, and others, all of those who believe that a consensus is not just a desire, but that it is a necessity if we are to make progress on the substantive matters before us. We do have some doubts when we hear things or read things in Rule 38, things like this, without prejudice to, of course, we understand that this was adopted on those terms and conditions. But perhaps today's context, with all of us being in attendance in person here, and the sense of urgency that we all share when it comes to the matter before us, perhaps then it would behoove us to change something that we had thought had been taken for granted on a previous occasion. We feel concerned about the possibility of, the idea of the ultimate recourse to achieving a consensus. When do we have the cutoff point to putting something to a vote instead? And who and when and how will the determination that consensus has not been reached? And if that were to occur, the risk for the entire international community, as my colleague from Brazil has rightly pointed out, would be an agreement that would not have all of the interests covered and all of the countries around the globe covered. Argentina does not believe that consensus is harmful in any way to democracy. On the contrary, we believe that consensus building and achieving a consensus means that all interests can be reflected. And this is why we go along with the suggestion that we maintain the brackets for Rule 37 and that we extend them to subparagraph 1 of Rule 38. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. And now give the floor to the representative of Guatemala. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also would like to echo what others have said. I'd like to begin by saying that Guatemala is in favor of our making progress with this process, but not just to have an instrument, but to have a consensus, because it's only through consensus that we'll have a working instrument. And it's in this connection that Guatemala would endorse what was said by Saudi Arabia, Uganda, and others. We believe that it is of utmost importance that prior to opening negotiations on a legally binding instrument, we have to adopt rules of procedure and not work on the basis of provisional rules. Also, when it comes to Article 37 of the Rules of Procedure on voting rights, Guatemala believes that there has to be respect for transparency, and all of those delegations voting should be in attendance voting in percent. And we would also suggest that paragraph 2 also be kept in square brackets. We echo what was said by India, Brazil, Argentina, Cuba, and others when it comes to Rule 38. We would also prefer 38, the The second part of paragraph 1 of Rule 38 should be kept in square brackets that refers to the majorities of required. We also believe that a consensus should prevail throughout these negotiations. And lastly, we would point out that operating on an equal footing is essential in negotiations, bearing in mind the different circumstances of each of the participating states. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Costa Rica, are you asking for the floor as a point of order? Are you asking for the floor as a point of order? Costa Rica. Thank you, Chairman. No, I just was requesting the floor. Could you please do so by pushing the button? Thank you.
Le vamos a dar now the floor to the representative of Oman.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. نريد رأي المملكة العربية السعودية والهند والبرازيل وقطر.
Thank you, Chair. We support the views expressed by Qatar, Brazil, India, and others regarding the provisional rules of procedure. We insist on the importance of taking decisions based on consensus with respect to this instrument. We need to have long discussions so that we can move forward on decision-making with respect to these rules in accordance with Rules 37 and 38 in the draft.
I thank the representative of Oman. I give now the floor to a representative of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving this opportunity. My delegation is worried about the conflicting information on the status of the rule of procedure. We therefore need to resolve this ambiguity and have a common understanding of its status. Was the rule adopted on provisional basis at INC 1 for all the INC sessions or for INC 1 session only? Mr. Chair, we cannot afford to selectively apply some provisions of the draft rule while contesting the use of other provisions. If we cannot agree on rule of procedure for our work, how are we sure we'll be able to agree on the text of the instrument and deliver on our mandate by 2024? Therefore, Mr. Chair, we need to step up our consultation process, resolve the contentious issues around Rule 37, and we do not support reopening Rule 38 again, because from our understanding, the only contentious issue in the rule of procedure is on Rule 37. So therefore, we seek that we adopt that rule at this session through consensus, and if consensus fails, I think we should resort to voting. We need to have a rule to guide our session, because if this rule is not adopted, then all that we have been doing since is illegality, and I don't think we can build something good on illegality. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Nigeria. I give the floor to a representative of Ecuador. Ecuador tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ecuador is in agreement with other delegations. We would like to stress that the rules of procedure have been applied on a provisional basis in their entirety, including the bracketed part. As the legal advisor of the Secretariat stated, and as we recalled, we are not in agreement with reopening discussion of the rules of procedure. For Ecuador, it is important for us to initiate the substantive discussions as quickly as possible. We would like to reiterate our commitment to having an ambitious treaty that would put an end to plastic pollution, and we cannot waste the precious time that we have at our disposal. Thank you. I thank the representative of Ecuador for that statement.
I give the floor to a representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I would also like to thank you and the Secretariat for explaining very clearly the decision taken by this body at INC 1 to provisionally apply the draft rules coming out of Dakar and the legal effects of that decision, which continue to this day. It is important to note that decision at INC 1 was taken by consensus. So it is not clear to this delegation why their appears to now be some confusion in the room about how this body operates under the draft rules as provisionally applied. Like Senegal, Switzerland, the EU and its member states, the UK, Peru, Norway, Nigeria, and Ecuador, the U.S. delegation supports your proposal, Mr. Chair, to conduct informal consultations in an effort to resolve the one open issue left in the Dakar rules, paragraph 2 of Rule 37. If that issue can be resolved efficiently without taking too much time away from the very limited time we have this week to discuss substantive matters, then of course the United States would support the formal adoption of the rules. However, if it appears progress cannot be made quickly to resolve that one issue, this delegation would reluctantly support deferring the formal adoption of the rules once again. We do not support any calls to relitigate unbracketed text in the draft rules. That text, as has been explained, is being provisionally applied as decided by this body on a consensus basis at INC 1. Reopening those provisions would represent a step backward rather than forward, and it would take up valuable time that could otherwise be spent addressing the INC's core task. With this said, and I'll wrap up, the United States does believe consensus decision-making is extremely important and should be pursued wherever possible. That is not what this discussion on this agenda item is about. The fact that Rule 38, Paragraph 1 is being provisionally applied does not mean this body should or will take substantive decisions by voting. In fact, there are many other multilateral environmental fora, including UNEA, that have rules allowing for voting on substantive matters. But in practice, those bodies have always taken substantive decisions by consensus. We can apply those lessons in the INC as well. The United States believes a consensus outcome of the INC's work would be the strongest possible result, but that does not require us to revisit unbracketed parts of the rules of procedure which already are being provisionally applied today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of the United States of America. I give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief as we must start our work here in Paris and every moment is critical for the planet. Canada, like Senegal, EU, Peru, Norway, UK, Switzerland, Ecuador, and others, supports continuing to apply the draft rules procedures as decided at INC 1 and as put forward by the Chair today. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Canada. Y le doy la palabra al representante.
I now would recognize the representative of Uruguay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We support the statements made by Senegal, Switzerland, the EU, the United Kingdom, Peru, Norway, Ecuador, the United States, and Canada. We are operating on the basis of an agreement that we reached in Uruguay at INC 1. The only rule of procedure that was called into question was Rule 37. When it comes to Rule 38, this rule already says that voting will take place only in cases in which all possibilities of achieving a consensus have been exhausted. We are not in agreement with reopening discussion on the entirety of the rules of procedure because this would hinder our work, a step backwards, and we don't have much time to work together. We can perhaps we might try to complement have the floor, Madam. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Costa Rica endorses what was said by Senegal, Switzerland, the EU, the United Kingdom, Peru, Norway, Ecuador, the United States, Canada, and Uruguay. Costa Rica believes that we should not reopen discussions on the rules of procedure that were already agreed to. In this connection, we would support your suggestion, Chair, that in your capacity, you can convene the requisite consultations throughout this week and reach an agreement on the rule of procedure that we have not yet managed to build a consensus around. For us, the priority here is to start our substantive negotiations during this week and to make considerable progress therein. Thank you, sir. I thank the representative of Costa Rica. Brazil had asked for the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting us take the floor again. I am going to comment on views that were expressed by some delegations, because I think we're dealing with different narratives of what happened in INC 1. So, for example, if we take a look at the documents about the draft rules of procedure, we hear that in INC 1, they say at that session, the committee agreed to defer the adoption of the draft rules of procedure until its second session to allow for further consultations on the matter. So what we get from this, and this is a document that was issued by the Secretariat, we didn't adopt the rules of procedure in INC 1. As far as I understand, there were some dissenting views on some issues, and, for example, Rule 37, and we see this duly reflected in the document that we have now in front of us. The problem is that we did have also dissenting views on Rule 38. And at least one country, I know others, mentioned their preference for only the rule of consensus there, but at least one delegation, and they had said that already here, wanted the rule to be bracketed. So, what I am questioning here is why some dissenting views are duly reflected in the document, but when a delegation specifically asked to have brackets put in a text, it's not reflected. And now I counted at least 10 countries which are interested in discussing this specific rule. Those countries, and we include ours, at least ours, we're not here to discuss the whole text. What we are saying is that we're recovering something from INC 1, which is related specifically to Rule 38. Also, we cannot agree that what the open-ended working group did was final. They were just trying to help our work here in the INC, and they prepared the documents that we could consider. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. I have to say that I have to agree, I hadn't said that, but now I have to agree with other parties that said that we cannot go with any type of substantive work without having those brackets put in place. We first need to see those brackets put in place. Then we can go on with the format of consultations that you prefer, for example, the informal consultations, and then go on to discuss on the contact groups the substantive issues of the document that brings the potential options. If I understood correctly, there was at least one previous delegation that suggested that we put to vote the rules of procedure right now. That's exactly the situation that I said we should try to avoid. So do we want 94 parties to take a vote now and decide on this very important issue that is important for everybody? I also want to stress one thing, and please take note of what I'm going to say. Brazil is not defending a situation in which one country will hold the plenary hostage in a situation where we cannot approve the text. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is that we cannot have a 2/3 majority rule adopting a text that needs everybody on board if we're really to end plastic pollution around the globe. So, Mr. Chair, please count on us. We're eager to go on to substantive matters. What we are asking for is that the Rule 38 is bracketed. We asked for it to be bracketed only in the second sentence, so we can continue our work. There's something which is important. We are not asking for the deletion of text. We are hearing other countries who would like to keep the text there. But we know that other countries wouldn't want to see that text being applied. That's why we're asking for brackets, not for deletion, because by doing this, we're respecting the views of everybody who participated in this discussion. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil. And as I said earlier, I'm just actually going to repeat something I stated earlier when it comes to the situation we find ourselves in. Just one thing I'd like to clarify now, and that is that we haven't adopted the rules of procedure. I've said that quite clearly. That goes without saying. We have not adopted the rules of procedure. What we've adopted at INC1 was an agreement to have the provisional observance of the draft rules of procedure. The draft rules of procedure would apply provisionally. That was the decision. Having said that, I have a very long list of speakers here, but I would like to ask you all to be as terse as possible. We are taking notes of all the positions that are expressed. We certainly have no desire to impose one viewpoint on anyone else, and then tomorrow we'll have to come back and see how we can make progress on this item, on the following discussions that we'll have.
To the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Chair, for your efforts made for the success of the INC's work. I would like to express my support to Saudi Arabia, India, Brazil, Qatar, China, and what others have supported with respect to the need to reach consensus on the rules of procedure and to only allow for an exception when it comes to substantive decisions. The disagreement with some member states is something that needs to be accounted for. Rules 37 and 38 need to be taken into account and need to be the subject of a long discussion so that we can reach a general consensus on these two rules and other items as well. Let us begin today and not waste any more time. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to representative of Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colombia is grateful to you, sir, for all of your work, and we support your proposal for how to go forward, and that we should continue working together on the basis of agreements that we've reached hitherto and that have enabled us so far to reach INC2. And that clearly demonstrate our willingness to make decisions on the basis of a consensus. This is something that we evinced in Dakar and also at INC1. Colombia supports consensus-based decision as the ultimate objective, but we also know that we have to have recourse from time to time to democratic process in order to have processes that are robust. Now, we trust in the principle of institutional practices and good faith so that we would be able to move forward without these clauses that are giving such concern to some delegations to be too much of a problem. Thank you, Colombia.
Chief of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair, for once again giving me the floor. We cannot agree with the proposal by a series of countries to conduct direct negotiations between the delegations and the chair. This is not the correct path. All issues must be discussed with all of the delegations that are interested at a general meeting so that all delegations can listen to each other's views. We need to begin discussing this issue as part of a separate working group with the participation of all stakeholders and all delegations. The Russian Federation supports decision-making as part of the INC on a consensus basis and supports the proposal of conducting negotiations on Rule 38. As a first step, it should be bracketed as we reached agreement at the Uruguay session. We also need to continue consultations and open discussions on Rule 37 as well. In essence, adding brackets around this rule would give the European Union a kind of veto power. Will we vote or will we not vote on particular issues? Today, we have already borne witness to this approach when the EU sent a note to the Secretariat stating that it is ready to give EU member states the right to vote separately in each country. In this way, the voting did take place, but if the EU does not wish to conduct voting, they will say that thanks to the brackets around Rule 37, under voting rights, the voting will not take place. In this way, a group of countries is now given the right to decide whether voting will be organized, and this is not a correct approach. In conclusion, I would like to say that the rules of procedure that have not been adopted is the lack means that we don't have rules. And if we don't have rules, this is the path to chaos. We must make every effort, take every measure to avoid this kind of scenario. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to a representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we all strive to overcome this global challenge and achieve a positive outcome during INC2, it's critical that we all agree on the rules of procedure, and specifically on the decision-making process. We feel that this will be a significant step toward achieving the ambition that we are all looking forward. This specific matter was not accepted during INC1, and we faced the same issue during this opening session in INC2. Mr. Chair, the ramification of such delayed decision will affect the discussions and will affect the outcomes, and we only have 4 days to conduct the actual work. Thus, we are all calling to conclude and agree on the rules of procedure, and we echo the voices of our colleagues from the Argentina, Guatemala, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Russia, China, India, Brazil, Iran, Uganda, Cuba, Qatar, Bahrain, and so. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates. Ahora le doy la palabra a...
I now give the floor to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I shall be brief because we don't have much time. We would like to express our support to your proposal to make progress here. We understand the concerns that have been expressed regarding the rules of procedure, but as other delegations have said, we've already given it our approval to its provisional application at the previous session. At this session, by consensus, we support the idea of setting up an open-ended working group. I think that all of the delegations that agreed to what we agreed to in the INC would agree with me in saying that we would not wish to have a reopening of the entire debate of the entire rules of procedure. We're here to talk about putting an end to plastic pollution. We have to protect this generation and future generations, and it's essential for us to make progress, substantive progress, because we don't have very much time, and so we should get cracking now. We believe that we already have a decision that could inform the course forward here. But if we could have open-ended discussions on the bracketed part of Rule 37, we'd be happy to participate in those discussions. Thank you, Chile. El Salvador, please. Thank you, Chairman. El Salvador firmly believes in consensus, and this is why we would like to associate ourselves with those said by Senegal, Peru, Ecuador, Uruguay, Costa Rica, inter alia. We would like to recall to all states parties of the consensuses that we've already reached in INSN 1 and at the open-ended working group. And in this connection, El Salvador would not advocate our reopening the text. Also, sure, we support your suggestion to move forward to look at the issue of the provisional application of the rules of procedure at this session of the INC. Thank you. Thank you, El Salvador.
To representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'd sincerely like to thank all of the speakers that have come before us because it highlights exactly why we are stressing how important it is to bracket Rule 38 before moving forward. We will note that brackets are the way that we indicate disagreement in these processes. In order to add brackets to a text, we do not need consensus to add brackets. In fact, if there is consensus to add brackets, that means there is consensus to delete the text in its entirety, and that is not what we're asking for here. We're asking for a correction of the draft rules of procedure in order to correctly reflect everybody's views in a fair and equitable manner, with the addition of brackets to Rule 38. When the draft rules of procedure were under discussion in Dakar, we clearly stated, as Saudi Arabia, supported by many other countries, that the draft rules of procedure are exactly that. They are draft rules of procedure, and absolutely nothing in these draft rules of procedure is agreed until everything in these draft rules of procedure is agreed. And in the spirit of flexibility, we forward that draft to INC 1 for its consideration. Now, we came to INC 1, and forgive me for recounting history, but I feel it's necessary at this point in time. We came to INC 1 in good faith, and we stated that we had an issue that only the brackets under Rule 37 were being discussed, and we were assured that there would be discussions on other elements of the text that were considered problematic by some delegations, not just Saudi Arabia. We'd previously discussed issues with Rule number 1, which we've heard today being highlighted by other committee members. We've discussed the exact same issues in INC 1. We've had discussions on Rule 37, and we've had discussions on Rule 38. And here, I'd like to bring your attention to the report of the meeting of INC 1, specifically paragraphs 16 and 17, that clearly states that comments were made by the representatives of China, India via video link, Nigeria, the Russian Federation, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, and the United States. And then in light of those comments, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee agreed to defer the adoption of the draft rules of procedure until its second session to allow for further consultations on the matters that were discussed in the comments that were made in light of these comments. In fact, the portion of the report that discusses specifically Rule 37 happens to come in paragraph 14 and 15. Now, take into account that this is not agreed or negotiated text. This is just a meeting report. But we're highlighting that we've come time and time again to bring focus on the fact that we do not have agreement on these draft rules. And time again, we have been set aside and pushed forward. We showed extreme flexibility in INC 1 in order to get to substantive discussions, and all we are asking for now is a very simple solution in order for us to move forward. Bracket Rule 38, bracket Rule 1, bracket any rule that does not have consensus among all committee members, and then we can move forward happily to have further discussions on the draft rules until their adoption. But at this point in time, and considering very specifically the recent decision to change the principles of consensus to a majority-based decision-making process in the Rotterdam Convention. This was an unforeseen circumstance that caught many by surprise. It was a lesson learned and an uncomfortable situation for all parties involved, particularly those who opposed the change. And so in order for us to be able to move forward in good faith, we would ask that our disagreement with Rule 38 be reflected in the draft rules of procedure as brackets, as is the practice under all UN processes. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia. I will give the floor to representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving the floor again to India. And I thank to all the distinguished delegates who expressed their views, though the divergent views in regard to this discussion. I'd like to highlight some factual developments that has happened today and that is continuing through this discussion before I come straight to the point. Secretariat mentioned out that the rules of procedures have been provisionally adopted with the text in Rule 737 bracketed. And Chair clarified further that the rules of procedures, though the draft rules of procedures, though have been provisionally made applicable but have not been adopted. And these two are factual things. Now comes the situation that we saw in the morning. And we saw, because we say that the draft rules of procedures have been provisionally adopted, so let us go for the election of the Bureau members. And most of the countries, in fact, every one of us agreed to go for that on an exceptional basis. Now, going by the same principle, if we talk about what we foresee, that the provisional application of the draft rules of procedure may still be there. It means Rule 38 is enforced through the provisional application of the rules. And that is where a lot of countries have got a concern. In morning, when we discussed and moved forward, the matter that was discussed and further voted for was relating to a sort of making this INC function. And India, along with all other countries, want this treaty to be negotiated as early as possible. In fact, in the timeline that has been envisaged under the UNIA resolution. So with this, we say the concern is if the same situation arises, then what will happen? Second important point that I want to put before this August gathering is that when Secretariat mentioned out that there have been instances of the provisional application of rules of procedure, it is with this assumption, which I'm sure, that those rules of procedure, which would have been provisionally adopted under other multilateral environment agreement, would not have been contested the way it is being contested now. The basic assumption or premise in the functioning of the applicability of the draft rules of procedure, if provisionally adopted, is that there is a consensus on the draft rules of procedure being provisionally adopted. What we see now is that consensus regarding the provisional application of draft rules of procedure is not there. Third point, we have not started the process itself of negotiation. We all know that it's very urgent to start the negotiation, but without having that faith and trust in the rules of procedure, which has been provisionally made applicable, how can a member state negotiate on any and every aspect of the draft text that we would start negotiating during INC 2? What are we trying to achieve through this in bracketing that India has proposed and has been supported by many countries, is that there is a real concern, and that concern regarding the applicability of the rules of procedure is being highlighted and put forth by many countries. Do we mean that we will start the process of negotiation without having the trust amongst ourselves, trust and understanding that how the elements of the text would be negotiated? Is it the situation in which we want to
we have a problem because we are running out of time. So if you can summarize, this will be our last intervention. Thank you very much.
I would like to reiterate again then India's position that India would like to reiterate and request to bracket Rule 38.1 of the Rules of Procedure before we all move forward to negotiate on any matter, including Rules of Procedure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias. Hemos escuchado.
Thank you very much. We have listened most carefully to all of the statements that have been made on this particular very important item. I think that I've been quite clear in stating the chair's position. We will continue having exhaustive consultations with a view to making progress on this. And this is what has inspired our suggestion, and that is how we shall proceed. Now, as I said, we will carry out the necessary consultations. We already have the election of our Bureau members that have been confirmed by you, so we will continue to work on this important issue, and we'll try to see how we can give some structure to the consultations that will be ongoing throughout the week. So my proposal for tomorrow.
Sorry. Is a point of order? Saudi Arabia, point of order? Please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is a point of order. You are now suggesting that we move forward in exactly the same manner that you suggested before many countries spoke to object to the way forward that was proposed by you originally, which is to conduct informal consultations on this matter to the side while we move on to substantive issues. Our delegation and many other delegations in the room have clearly indicated that we will not be moving forward beyond this until the rule is bracketed, and to have the views of many countries in the room be completely disregarded because the chair has a position to uphold is absolutely unacceptable, and we will not move forward in this manner. Also to note, I have no idea who's requesting the floor, but I do see some green microphones in the floor, and that means that we have not heard what everybody has to say. Now, I realize that some of those green microphones might be opposing views to the view that I've voiced, but they still have a right to be heard under the INC process, because that is the spirit of the multilateral intergovernmental processes under the United Nations, and it's only fair that everybody be heard equally with absolutely no disregard to any country, whether big or small, and we want to hear what everybody has to say. And so, respectfully, Chair, we are not comfortable moving forward as proposed, and we would like you to address the issues that have been put forward by many delegations in the room before we move on to anything. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. Firstly, I would just like to state the following. My comments were not that we suggest forward. As I said at the outset, I made it quite clear that what I was suggesting is that we've taken note, first of all, of everything that everybody has said, and my proposal was that today I would meet with the Bureau members. We would engage in some consultations to see how we can proceed. Engaging in a discussion on this specific point. The rules of procedure are very important. And so that's what I was proposing that we do. And then tomorrow, as the delegate of Saudi Arabia has said, we have a long list of speakers, 12 requests for the floor, in fact. And my proposal, or my purpose has always been to hear everybody. We do not want to deprive any delegation of the right to speak. We would never do that. This is a concrete and practical concern. We only have interpretation services up to a certain point in time, and so the idea was that we'd resume these discussions tomorrow. So before we start our session tomorrow morning, I shall make an announcement with a variety of options that I can present to you on how we can address this issue, having had prior to that consultations with the members of the Bureau, those members of the Bureau who've just been elected, and that's what I would suggest that we do now. The reason why I'm proposing that we draw this discussion to a close now is not because I wish to deprive any delegation of the right to express its views. Rather, it's because we're running out of interpretation services, and it's important for us to have interpretation services throughout these negotiations. So if you can all agree with that, we will now adjourn the session, and we will continue tomorrow. But I can see a point of order from India. The representative of India, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Our point of order is very simple. Is the right of a party extinguished by the Chair? Does a country have a right to speak? Can a Chair extinguish the right of a party? We have been, and with us are distinguished delegates of Saudi Arabia and many of the countries who have raised Brazil. They are persisting that 38(1) should be bracketed. However, the Chair is trying to rule that the right of a party to speak would be taken over by a bureau. We have never seen such kind of multilateral environmental treaties being negotiated or managed like this. Can bureau represent a party? This is my point of order to the Chair. I want an advice on this. Thank you.
Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding of what I was saying earlier, and I'll say it more slowly so that it's clear for everyone. We have not made any decision. We have not decided not to hear the positions of different delegations. No, we will be continuing tomorrow with the speakers from our speakers list. I now see 10 requests for the floor on my list. These would be our first speakers tomorrow morning. What I'm proposing, and this is what I'm limiting my proposal to, I think it's important for me as the Chair to have consultations with all the delegations and with the members of the Bureau insofar as possible. And then tomorrow, we will continue with our speakers list. But prior to that, I will brief you on what we discussed in the Bureau and how we might be able to go forward. This would be a proposal from the Chair that I would present to you tomorrow before we continue with our speakers list. And it's very important that we hear every delegation's viewpoint. I can see that there is a point of order raised by Brazil. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is again about procedure. And we understand that one very specific point that was raised by at least 15 delegations here, and that normally wouldn't depend on the decision on anybody, not from the Chair, not from anybody else, not even from the countries, is the inclusion of brackets in the text. Just that. This shouldn't depend on agreement, and this shouldn't depend on a ruling from the chair, and this shouldn't depend on a meeting of the Bureau. We are trying to propose a way so that we can move forward. As other delegations said, we're not going to contact groups, we're not considering mandates for draft text, we're not doing anything else until we see the brackets, which is the right for any delegation to ask for the inclusion of in a document. A very specific point is just the inclusion of the brackets, and we don't depend on agreements or decisions. Thank you.
I will repeat. There is no interpretation, I understand, so I will speak in English. I never said that we will take a decision. I never said that we will stop the debate. So I am only informing you that tomorrow we will continue the list of speakers. I have at least 10 requests for the floor. Additionally, I will give my views. I will complement this with the list of speakers, what they present. At the end, we will need to take a decision how the consultation should continue. So it is not the decision of the chair or the will of the chair to avoid the discussion. We are continuing. We have a long list of speakers. I am only informing the floor that I will continue talking, consulting, informing the membership, the Bureau, but this is not to impose any decision. We will continue tomorrow with this point. We will hear the 10 speakers we have, and then we will try to find a solution on my proposal to continue consultations. If that is accepted, we will continue tomorrow with the first number delegates we have registered in the list. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
May I remind everyone that there's a reception now at 7 o'clock in the Japanese garden. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. Bonjour à ceux qui se trouvent dans la salle et ceux qui nous suivent en ligne. Bienvenue à ce point presse pour la fin de la première journée de la deuxième session du Comité intergouvernemental de négociation chargé d'élaborer un instrument international juridiquement contraignant sur la pollution plastique. Je suis Keisha et je vais modérer donc Keisha Ruki-Carré. Je suis désolée pour le retard, mais cet après-midi, vous allez pouvoir écouter Son Excellence M. Gustavo Meza Quadra Velasquez, qui est président du CIN, et Mme Jyoti Mathur-Philippe, qui est secrétaire exécutive du Comité intergouvernemental de négociation. Avant de leur donner la parole, quelques informations. Nous avons 30 minutes et nous espérons consacrer plus de la moitié de ce temps à des questions suivies de réponses. Lorsque nous arriverons à la partie questions-réponses, lorsque je vous donnerai la parole, je vous inviterai à vous présenter et dire quel média vous représentez. Si vous n'êtes pas membre d'un média, vous n'aurez pas la priorité. Nous préférons donner la priorité aux journalistes et aux membres des médias, mais vous êtes tout à fait le bienvenu pour suivre le point presse. Monsieur le Président, vous avez la parole. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, je suis ravie d'être ici à Paris pour cette deuxième session du Comité intergouvernemental de négociation. C'est une question éminemment importante pour l'humanité tout entière. Monsieur le Président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, l'a dit ce matin, nous n'avons pas de temps à perdre, nous devons agir vite. Les plastiques représentent un problème de plus en plus grave pour notre environnement et pour notre santé. Monsieur le Président l'a dit, si cette tendance de production de plastique et de déchets se poursuit, nous aurons le triple de produits plastiques que nous Good evening, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good evening to everybody here and everyone watching online. Welcome to this media briefing at the end of the first day of the second session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. My name is Keisha Ruki-Carré, and I'll be moderating this briefing. Let me start by apologizing for the very long delay in the timing of the briefing, which we regret, but which was also unavoidable. So this afternoon, you'll be hearing brief remarks from two members of our panel, who are His Excellency Gustavo Meza Quadra Velasquez, who is the chair of the INC, and Ms. Jyoti Mathur-Philippe, who is the Executive Secretary of the INC Secretariat. So just before we get to our speakers, I'll just go over a couple of housekeeping guidelines. We have about 30 minutes available, and we hope to use more than half that time for questions and answers. When we do get to the Q&A portion of the briefing, when I call on you, please state your name and the media house you represent. If you're not a member of the media, we'd be grateful if you wouldn't ask a question immediately, because we'd like to give priority to the media. You're free to observe the briefing, certainly. And therefore, without further ado, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to invite you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here in Paris for this INC2. This is an important matter for humanity. As we heard this morning from President Macron, there is no time to lose. We need to act fast because plastic is a growing problem for our environment and for our health. As was mentioned by the President, if we continue the current trends on production and waste, we will have in 40 years triple of plastic that we have today. And I think it was very important the decision the international community took last year in Nairobi in March to start the negotiation of a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. After that, we had this important first INC meeting in Punta del Este that was a successful meeting where we first gathered all the international community, not only states, but all the stakeholders, which are an important part for this whole process. And in this first meeting, there were important decisions to continue the preparation of a treaty by preparing a document that was prepared by the Secretariat with the support of the chair, where there are options for elements to be included to the treaty, in the treaty. And the purpose of this week is to discuss on the basis of this document about what options, what elements we should include in a treaty, and this will be through the decisions, the mandate that we'll receive during this INC. So this is an important meeting. We have to discuss the substance. We have already heard general positions, general statements in the previous meeting. Now we are entering into the nitty-gritty of the details of how best select, converge. We need to identify areas of convergence, areas that need to be more discussed or where more research is required. Also areas that probably are a little bit more difficult, but with that, I think it will be a very important step forward to the process of establishing a legally binding instrument. We'll still have, after Paris, 3 more negotiating meetings, so we don't have much time. This is very important. We're encouraged by the words of the President this morning and the opening statement of the Executive Director of UNEP. And I think even though there are difficulties, I mentioned also in my statement that we should go ahead, above of our differences. We know that this would not be easy, but we have optimism. I think we should continue working constructively, as we have been doing, on the successful resolution in Nairobi, then INC1 in Punta del Este, and I'm sure it will be the case for INC2 today. So thank you very much for being with us, and you can count on the chairs and our team to continue working on this important matter.
Excellency. Just before I pass the mic to Ms. Mather-Philip, I just wanted to note that there's interpretation in French and English, so if you need a headset, please go ahead and grab one from the side. Over to you, Madam Executive Secretary.
Thank you so much. And I don't have much more to add because the chair spoke about everything that I wanted to speak about. But what I do want to say is first of all, I'm grateful you stayed all day. I'm sorry that we kept moving the briefing, but you know, it is a meeting that adapts and moves in its own pace. So I'm really grateful that you stayed, and thank you very much for that. We have managed to, elect chairs, the bureau members, which we were not able to do at INC1 because INC1 was a hybrid meeting. So we conducted 2 votes today, 2 sets of ballots, secret ballots, and we have managed to get a full bureau adopted by the committee today, which is a huge step forward. So I'm sorry that because of that, you have had to move your time around. I just want to add this, as the chair said, we must make Paris count. We have to go to the substance of the issues now and decide on what we want to move forward and what we want included in a legally binding agreement. We have 3 more sessions of the INC, of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. The next one, it will be in Nairobi in November, and then we'll have 2 more next year. And then finally, we will adopt the text that is agreed to in the INC at a diplomatic conference in mid-2025. We are well on our way. We have a sprint to get to mid-2025, but we will do it, and we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move straight to the Q&A portion. Please go ahead. You might need a mic, sorry. We have a mic traveling around.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Paul Arrotiou from LCI. I'm sorry, I will need to speak French because I will broadcast this question in a French TV show tomorrow morning. So sorry, I will speak French, and my English is too bad. So I'm happy you can have the translation. If you are okay, can I ask a triple question?
If it's short.
Very, very short. Thank you.
First question. Outside, there were some NGOs protesting, saying that there was not enough room for NGO representatives, that there were much space for representatives of the industry in favor of plastic, but not for them. Second question, what about the war in Ukraine? Because this morning in your negotiations it was difficult because between Ukrainians and Russians. And what about the message of Emmanuel Macron? Were you disappointed because he wasn't here physically this morning?
Excusez-moi, évidemment, c'était l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie.
I wanted to talk about the invasion of Ukraine by Russia.
So I will take the first question in English. I'm sorry, my French is not as good. I'm sorry, I will take the first question in English. Unfortunately, my French is not very good. I understand it, but not speak it well. So we have this is why I said we are delighted at the number of people that have come here and are interested in our negotiations. However, the space in UNESCO is unfortunately limited to 1,500 people, except for yesterday and today, when we could have much larger participation. And most of the NGOs and observers were inside the venue yesterday and today. From tomorrow, we will have to go to a badging system, a secondary badge system, where observers will only be able to bring in 1 observer per organization. We have 612 organizations listed. Our organizations are all accredited by the ECOSOC, which is a UN body, the UN Environment Assembly, as well as all the multilateral environment agreements that are accredited to the UN Environment Program. We don't accredit anyone. We just register the ones that are accredited from other bodies. And so I would not say that we have a lot of fossil fuel companies in here. In fact, there are only, I believe at last count, there are less than 40 councils, business councils or associations that are members of, that are accredited through the different bodies that I told you that are attending. The rest of the 612 are all probably civil society, indigenous people, and non-governmental organizations, and other bodies like women, youth, etc. So I would not say that there are lots of fossil fuel companies inside this venue. Thank you.
En ce qui concerne la deuxième question,
Now, on the second question you asked a question about the international situation and the ongoing war in Ukraine and Russia. I think that in the framework of an international negotiation, the context is always important. You mentioned that there was some difficulty this morning in the debates, but the result was positive, fortunately, and we were able to elect the members of the Bureau, which was not the case during the INC at Punta del Este. And just as the Executive Secretary just said, it's extremely important. We have an elected Bureau, and it's truly an important step. Now, on the participation of the French president, we were delighted to hear his message today. It was a message full of hope, of encouragement, and France is quite the host. We are delighted to be here. We received support from the French delegations for the preparation of this meeting, and you know, it is very difficult to gather 2,000 people in one place, and their support truly was extraordinary. So the only words we have for the French government and for the President Macron are words of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to this gentleman, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Tolikin. I'm with the magazine Plastics News. I have two questions. One, you're coming back in plenary tomorrow morning, right? Correct? Okay. So that's obviously not to your schedule. Do the difficulties this afternoon suggest any difficulties you'll have in reaching an agreement that you need to reach to make Paris count, as you said? And my second question is procedural, but on a substantive topic. There's a debate around putting a production cap on virgin plastic manufacturing. How could a global treaty enforce something like that if countries don't want to adopt national policies to do that? So, thank you.
yes, regarding the discussions today, I think we never thought it was going to be easy to have a legally binding agreement. We are going step by step, and it's normal at the beginning of a negotiation to have the discussions on the composition of the Bureau, the rules of procedure. So we hope that we can pass this stage and enter to the negotiations at the groups that we will propose. So I think this is normal. We were prepared for having this discussion this afternoon. It's necessary tomorrow morning. So it's part of the job. Regarding you mentioned one specific point of the proposals that are on the table, no? As you know, the options for element paper includes different options, and one is the one you mentioned. So among others, no? Among others. So it's going to be important for the discussions that we will have this week, no? And the following is to see what options and how implementable are these options in order to accomplish the goal we all have to end plastic pollution. So it's for the states to evaluate which one are the most adapted to the goal, the common goal we have to end plastic pollution as soon as possible.
Thank you. Any further questions? We're happy to wrap it up. I'm sure the chair and the executive secretary are extremely tired. Okay, there we go. One more. Thank you.
Hi, Laura Mercier for French Media Context. I have two questions. One is the follow-up on the location of the negotiations in the UNESCO. Could you explain who picked the UNESCO as the building to welcome the negotiations? Is it from the PNU or UNEP, or is it from the French government? How did it work? And could you maybe tell us a bit more what you are hoping for the end of the week. I know you're looking for a mandate for a zero draft. What would you like to see in this mandate? Yes, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. All decisions on venue are, of course, jointly made between the host country and the UN. We have been doing this for 70 years, and we jointly work together to decide on venues, and it is especially important for venues to reflect the multilateralism of the United Nations, and therefore we are very pleased to be in UNESCO. We are very grateful to UNESCO for opening their doors to us and for making this place available to the negotiators and welcoming us so well. Thank you.
Yes, regarding your second question, as I mentioned the first question, the goal of this week is to enter now to discussion on the options for element paper and identify areas of convergence, areas that we need to discuss more, areas where we have some difficulties, in order to prepare the possibility of, as you mentioned, is a possibility to have a mandate for a zero draft. So what we need to do now, and is our goal, is to go ahead with the procedural issues. We knew that we need to pass the issue of procedural discussions, and then as soon as possible enter to the substantive discussions. So hopefully tomorrow we will have the opportunity to begin this important discussion on substantive issue in order to have enough elements to present on Friday in order to have a clear picture of how the following steps will be up to INC 3 that is already scheduled at the end of November in Nairobi. So basically is that the way we see the way forward.
Thank you. Anyone? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, really, really sorry for the delay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Executive Secretary. Have a good week. Wish a successful week to everybody debating, delegating. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Media colleagues, you may want to hang around a little bit. There's a press conference by some NGOs happening shortly after this. Thanks so much, Jyoti.